going to try and do about 15 minutes of questions at the end.
Okay, so I'll keep an eye on it. I think we got a few more people trickling in. We're going to get started here at 1:35. Okay, we'll get started now. Great. Well, thank you guys. Welcome back from lunch. Hopefully everyone got a nice, delicious lunch. I've never had the boxes before. That was quite an interesting experience. So next up, we have an interesting panel, not another AI and machine learning discussion. And I'd like to introduce Richard Tromans, who is the founder of Artificial Lawyer.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. So today what we're going to be trying to look at is looking at some of the real issues behind artificial intelligence in the legal sector. We're going to try and avoid all the hype and try and give you as many real examples and data as possible. To start off, I'll just quickly introduce the panel, which we'll come back to in a moment, and then I'm going to give you a very, very short overview of what we mean by legal AI. I'm sure many of you already know all about it, but for those who don't, we will just, for example, to do document review. This is using technology called natural language processing, or NLP. You'll probably hear us use the term NLP quite a lot today. Effectively, what this is a type of software that can almost sort of simulate a sort of cognitive understanding of text, a semantic understanding of text. It's not just looking for keywords, it's actually reading an entire clause. So, for example, you want to find the change of control clause in a contract. It can do this because you teach it what a change of control clause looks like. If you teach it enough, it becomes extremely accurate, to the point where it can actually tell you that a certain change of control clause actually is unusual or different, and that you should look at it twice. The way that you teach it is through machine learning, a term which I'm sure all of you have heard thousands of times. There are many, many, many different aspects to machine learning, but suffice it to say here, when it comes to law, generally what we're looking at is human interaction with the system, where it's sort of reinforcement learning. You're teaching the system what a particular clause that you're looking for, or a particular entity in a contract that you're looking for should be. So you're basically training it yourself. And that's all there is to, that you need to know. You don't need to know how algorithms work. You don't really need to know in detail how natural language processing works. You just need to know how to interact with the system. Then we have rules-based systems. These are, you might say, traditional AI systems, right back from the 50s and 60s, before the data-driven systems sort of came into being. These are basically hard-coded process, and it tells you how to complete in the documents, what documents you might need to apply for, gives you information about when you need to send in those documents to the various authorities. It's all hard-coded. There's not very much machine learning there, if any at all. Okay? So those are the two key areas, and they generally tend to sort of merge together, particularly these days. Why are you even bothering to do this? Two key reasons: efficiency and insight. There is a clear economic case for using AI tools, of whether they're expert systems or AI doc review systems. There's an economic reason because the cost of legal services just keeps going up. It's understandable then that the only way that you can do it quicker, faster, cheaper, and hopefully reduce the risk as well to your organization, is to use technology. The second aspect is insight. For example, if you've got a bunch of lawyers in a room to read 10,000 contracts, the possibility that they could read 10,000 contracts together as 10 individuals and draw coordinated insights from that mass of unstructured data, this mass of text, is extremely slim. It would be very, very, very hard for them to spot really interesting patterns within that data. AI can do this because to a piece of software, running a single page of text through it or 1 million pages of text is exactly the same. It does not care. It has this ability to crunch huge amounts of data. So those are the two aspects that you're getting from this software. So how can you use it? Here's just a few examples. There are many, many, many more, and some of these I'm sure you're familiar with. So transactional review. So let's say you've got an M&A exercise, you need to do some due diligence. Perfect example of using document review. Large amounts of documents, tons and tons of data, very expensive to do, very slow, holds the deal back. Use a trained up artificial intelligence system to go through the data, help you to spot anomalies or other types of information that you want to try and find. Contract stack analysis. Let's say you're a large corporate, and let's say you've got 10,000 employees, and you're told one day that because of some change, let's say Brexit, you need to repaper a certain amount of those contracts, those employment contracts. You're not sure which ones you have to repaper because all of your employees have been joining over many, many different years, different offices. The contracts have all been written up by a dozen different law firms, some of them have been done internally, and so on and so on. How on earth are you going to repaper those contracts? It's a gigantic piece of work. Again, using an AI system, you can zap through the data very, very, very quickly and isolate those ones that you do need to change. Risk analysis. Let's say that you're a general counsel by yourself in a large organization, let's say a tech company. Let's say 20 or 30 NDAs come across your desk every single week. Because you're the only lawyer in town, you have to handle them. What a waste of your time, because reality is that only about one of those 30 really needs to have a serious looking at. You can train up an AI system to spot anomalies or changes from your standard playbook, from the types of contracts that you would normally have in an NDA. And so it effectively gives you a very rapid risk score or risk assessment of that contract. So it allows you to use your time more effectively. And it goes on. And I don't want to take too much time away from the panel, but I think that just gives you an idea that once you've got this technology, this natural language processing, once you can get into contracts with software, it's amazing what you can do. It's an incredibly versatile tool. It's not perfect. You have to train it. It's not 100% accurate. There is no magic there. You very much are engaged in making it do good things. But it is an incredibly versatile tool, particularly in a world that is full of text and contracts. So without further ado, we will get back to the panel. But just one last thing before I go and go and sit over there. If you are interested in this area, this is a very useful resource, which is an online news site. Okay. If you want to put it back onto the main slide. Thank you. Okay, so let's get on to the panel. So first of all, Sean, as an in-house lawyer at Alpha Insights, could you sort of talk us through your experience of using AI tools? What have you actually experienced so far?
Sure. Afternoon, everyone. Great to be here. Richard kindly asked me to get involved because I've had numerous experiences in the in-house space. Prior to going in-house, I spent 6 years at a firm here in London, and then I spent 6 years at Hewlett-Packard Enterprise in their legal function, really focusing on client-facing work, but maximizing usage of technology within the technology company itself, but also utilizing third-party providers. And then 12 months ago, I took on the general counsel role at Alpha Sites, and the team is much smaller. We're a team of 20, and therefore we are very focused as a technology-related company. Our business model is basically providing our clients with knowledge and experts to help them make business-informed decisions, and therefore technology plays a key role in that process. And in the last 12 months at Alpha Sites, but also at 6 years at HP, I piloted and trialed a number of different types of AI-related technologies, some with more success than others. And helpful to kind of talk through some of those cases this afternoon and give you an in-house lawyer's perspective, because I think there's a lot of information out there from suppliers, also from law firms, but I think fundamentally in-house legal teams are really driving the usage case for the technology, where the real benefits can be, the pitfalls you can fall into, the traps, the time-consuming issues, the onboarding challenges, and then identifying what really is the value add for you in utilizing technology related to your business, to your team, and how that can have real impact in delivering value add to your CEO or your management team in terms of the data, in terms of productivity, in terms of efficiency, and supporting teams. And now it's interesting, having gone from a Silicon Valley founding company to a high growth UK-based technology company. The drivers are very different in terms of the use case for technology, and also in newer companies, in high growth companies, technology is basically underpins our businesses. And the appetite and the requirement for in-house legal teams to adopt technology means that actually, as a GC or as an in-house lawyer, you cannot ignore that requirement, and therefore hopefully can share some of those examples and case studies with you this afternoon, and to kind of share some of that experience.
Right, thanks, Sean. James, from TLT, the UK law firm. What have your experiences been of AI technology?
So I suppose I see it from a variety of different angles. So I'm a partner in TLT and head our digital and innovation program. And we have an aspiration at solving our clients' needs through innovation and collaboration, and to try and change clients' expectations of what law firms can do. And on the innovation side, which has led us to do a variety of different things, we've recognised that sometimes clients will want to outsource legal work, and that's a good thing because we're a law firm, so we quite like that. But equally, some clients want to keep the work internally, and actually, and it's been mentioned this morning, an increasing amount of higher value work clients want to self-serve on. And from our innovation strategy perspective, we want to apply innovation to both elements, to make us better and more effective at delivering outsourced legal services, but also to provide clients with self-serve solutions so that they can be better and more effective internally. And the key kind of thread that runs through that is, and what occurred to us putting our innovation strategy together, is that actually in many ways, particularly as clients grow their in-house legal teams, they're coming across the same problems that we have experienced as a law firm. How you resource work, how you introduce efficiency, how you maintain quality, how you extract insights. And a key part of what we're trying to do is share the benefits of that experience with clients. And if we come across a good solution, either one that we've developed or one that we partnered, we want to be able to share that with our clients. And so we have partnered with Legal Sifter, which is an AI solution which allows you to upload a contract. It will read the contract, identify the legal issues for you, and provide legal advice on screen without the need to speak to a human unless you want to. You heard about our partnership with Clarilis earlier on today around document automation. We use AI within M&A due diligence and within data extraction discovery. And these are all areas where over a prolonged period of time, some of this stuff is quite new to us, but over a prolonged period of time, we think we found something that works. We've engaged with the market, we partnered with the best suppliers, and so we want to share that with clients. And so I suppose my perspective is as a technology vendor, because we resell Legal Sifter, as a technology user, because we use it extensively in the business, but also a law firm.
Thanks, James. David, so David's at an AI company. If you could just share your experience.
Of course.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. So I'm a Swiss qualified lawyer, and that's actually how I started. So it was about 3 years ago when working as a lawyer, I realized, okay, what am I doing here? I'm generating contracts, drafting contracts, reviewing contracts, or just sifting through hundreds of pages of irrelevant content, irrelevant parts. And I didn't go to law school for that. I want to actually use my know-how and apply that. So I looked into the legal tech market globally, got in touch with today one of our co-founders. He's the former general counsel at 2 large software enterprises, and we realized, okay, we need to build that bridge between lawyers as well as software engineers and computational linguists, and that brought us to Legartis. Today we analyze at Legartis a document on 3 levels. document level, sentence level, and then within a sentence, identifying key data points. And by doing so, we actually can help lawyers as well as non-legal professionals, being it for contract review or being it just to get an overview of one's legal data, detecting risks, or just finding relevant parts, then to actually apply one's legal knowledge. And so it has been quite a ride during the last 2-3 years. We've been working with large corporations like SAP or larger law firms, being it in Switzerland or in Germany. And the experiences are very wide, and I'm definitely looking forward to share more of that later on.
Fantastic, thank you, David. And last, we have Tom, who's from Eigen Technologies, which is a UK-based legal AI company.
Sure. So, despite my title, it's pretty much my day job. I'm also look after a whole variety of our accounts. I've been actually involved in Eigen since day one of the business back in 2014. So I look after a variety of clients, pretty much all of those involved touching an in-house team in some way, and obviously there are legal clients as well. Our perspective is really informed by kind of the strands that kind of created our company. I think every company in existence kind of owes something to where its founders came from or to the original heritage of that company. For us, it's our co-founders come from management consultancy and legal backgrounds, so very hardcore professional services, and that's sort of a bit like David, spotting this: why do we send our finest minds from Oxford, Cambridge, and the Ivy League, who've spent years getting studying incredibly interesting things, and then we put them in rooms and get them to sift through large amounts of paper? Why are we doing that as a society? And effectively, our perspective was how can technology fix that? Our CEO, our co-founder CEO, did his physics PhD at Oxford. Actually developed some of the original technology that came out of that our science team have taken further. We're a natural language processing, so NLP company that Richard was referring to earlier as that term. That's really our sweet spot. We serve large banks, law firms, insurance companies, professional services businesses, corporates based here in London and New York. And our perspective is very much from the point of view of effectively, how do you make use of your qualitative data, your textual data, all of that information that is trapped inside your organization that you don't currently have access to. The CFO has access to all of their numbers, all their understanding of inventory turnover or cash, but actually a lot of other people within the organization, and of course in-house is a key area for this. There's a huge amount of information that is trapped inside documentation, inside emails, inside direct messages, inside conversations that is not currently usable. We're about getting that out so you can use it.
Thanks, Tom. I mean, and that's a good point as well, that when it comes to structured data, like numbers in an Excel spreadsheet, there are a huge amount of tools out there to extract information and gain insight. Accounting, financial matters, but when we look at contracts, the world that you live in, and documents, it's a different kettle of fish. How do you extract meaning from a document? You have to read it. You have to apply your mind and read it. So anything that can help you to get that information out of those documents, particularly the ones that are really not worth reading, that are absorbing your time. That's a big step forward. So I just wanted to get some sort of real life examples from the panel now. So Sean, could you give an example of where you've really genuinely seen a real benefit from using AI technology?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, sort of we've done a number of different pilots, and I think the one that had the most value to us as an in-house legal team, I think links to what Tom was saying around being able to extract data. I think it's particularly relevant to anybody who has a very strong sales, client-focused business which is generating a large number of contracts. And at both HP and Alpha sites, we're obviously client-centric businesses with thousands, tens of thousands client-facing contracts. And we piloted a number of different providers, as well as some internal resources in those scenarios to help us create a contract management database, which enabled us to effectively manage those contract life cycles using technology. When were renewal dates? What was the average price increase? When do we go up for tender? Those key data points, which are actually very low-hanging fruit, in a sales cycle in terms of the difference between one of the metrics we established through the data analytics was the difference between winning new clients versus just increasing your contract price by 3% in line with every year when you renewed. And getting the right renewal date and selling a new package for product and or service, it was much clear that it was much more cost effective to do that than to go on and win X number of new clients. So we kind of almost use the technology to one, manage our contracts, two, understand the key touch points in those contracts, and then three, actually direct our sales strategy off the back of that. And I think it was there are a number of different types of way you can approach it, but it clearly adds huge value and actually was relatively simple to put in place once we got through the onboarding and pilot stage.
So, well, let me play devil's advocate. Could you have not just done this with people? Could you have not just had a huge room full of paralegals?
Yes, absolutely. we could have. We absolutely could have. And I think large-scale legal teams can do that. I think you then, whether that's I'm very focused on building high-performing in-house legal functions, and I think from a talent standpoint and career opportunities, you're not exactly providing exhilarating quality work for your team if you are getting them sitting around 10,000 contracts 6 months, just taking out the key touch points to enable you to make business decisions. Yep. Therefore, for me, that was an obvious no-brainer, but that's the kind of area where you should try and use technology, which I didn't think was, it's not groundbreaking technology, but I think it's technology that has a clear value add, and actually, operationally was easy to roll out.
Yeah. Well, we'll come back to this point of better use of people in a moment. James, could you give an example that you've seen, that you've witnessed, where the use of AI technology provided a real, genuine, tangible benefit?
So perhaps talk about the work we've done with Legal Sift. That came about because we've, as a law firm, had a long-term commitment to working with clients on their commercial contract work, from everything from major strategic transactions to the more business as usual, lower risk, lower value contract work. And at that more business as usual end, we had a number of different human-led solutions for that, retainers and fixed fees, so that clients could chuck over the wall NDAs, T&Cs for this and that, and we would do risk reviews or light touch reviews. And the feedback we're getting from clients is, we love the service, it's great, we like dealing with your team, but it comes inevitably at a particular price point, because if you're dealing with human lawyers, they come at a particular price point. So we went out to market to see whether AI could help with that, whether we could use AI to be better and more efficient at doing that kind of work. And we came across Legal Sifter, actually, an article in Artificial Lawyer that we didn't pre-arrange that plug, but I do like to mention it, and who had a tool that did this. And the key difference for us was that it didn't just review a contract and identify the legal issues, it also delivered legal advice. And I remember conversations internally within the firm, do we actually want technology to be provided to our clients, or that we use ourselves that gives legal advice? What are our lawyers going to do? And but this was in the context of firstly getting that feedback from clients that actually these kind of human-led solutions have a limited shelf life because of the price point, but also internally within clients, legal teams under increasing pressure to deliver more strategic value, spend less time on the BAU work, possibly reallocate that business as usual work to the business, so non-lawyers. And so the key element is able to deliver legal advice through artificial intelligence. And that's not an easy thing to do, so it took a long time training, and we might come back to training and the importance of that. But what it has delivered, and both in our own trials, so we did a trial before we implemented Legal Sifter, we were asked to do a NDA review project for a global entertainments business. There were about 100 NDAs that we had to review. We had done that with humans, so paralegals in a room. Client loved the job, price was great. But when we were trialing Legal Sifter, we thought, we'll give it a go. So we had all the metrics. We had the documents, we had time spent. And Legal Sifter did it 30% faster. And we were using more than just paralegals on that project as well. And the metrics we've seen implementing this with clients does depend significantly on the experience of the user and the time you're looking to review. but anything from 70% and 30% is that kind of range, depending on what you're trying to do. But the key thing for me, and you alluded to it at the top of the session, is it's not just about efficiency. And I do keep telling people internally and clients, if you're using AI just to be able to measure increased efficiency, you're probably going to be disappointed. And that's partly because you may not be measuring how inefficient you are now, so you can't measure the improvement. But actually, you'll be also doing something with that time. So you'll be, spending more time on strategic work. And I see actually the value of AI, or equal value of AI, is quality and consistency. As a for instance, with Legal Sifter, it drives you back to your playbook, your standard clauses, your preferred positions, rather than the last one you did. And so for me, AI is about quality and consistency, not just about efficiency.
That was an interesting point, which is, if the junior lawyer's time is being freed up with automation and AI systems, they can then conduct more interesting, valuable work. So for an in-house team, that means you get more done. And if you're an external law firm, it means, well, they can do higher value work, which is good for you. It's better for the in-house team as well, because all those brains, as Tom was alluding to, all these very smart people can actually do some legal work instead. David, could you provide a nice little nugget example?
Of course. So we worked with a large enterprise, and they're on one hand the legal team, on the other hand the procurement team. And what we realized when we started talking to the procurement team, they would actually have a team. Part of the team, 10 members, spend about 1 day per week just reading contracts, one thing, and secondly, collecting the metadata and inserting that metadata into the management system. A lot of repetitive work that can be done differently. So we actually started looking into software license agreements and built a classifier. So we trained the machine in order to do the review. That's where we brought on the legal team into the project. We brought their respective know-how online, integrated it into the product, what we call the contract playbook. And once the machine was trained, we actually had a full product that would be able to automate the review of software license agreements. We brought down the review of a single contract down 90%. And as pointed out, consistency was a point. So the risk of actually mistakes, we brought that down as well, because where a human is working repetitive, mistakes happen. That's one part. We then continued to work with that company. They decided to actually, for a new contract management system, and the question came up, so how do we now migrate the contracts, the data from the old system into the new system? Well, it could be done, as you pointed out before, by a team of humans, young professionals, put them in a room, and then just, insert the metadata of the old contracts into the new one, into the new system. We're doing it differently. Since we are analyzing the document on 3 levels, we have all the data, and we can actually do that automatically, and that gives us, firstly, yes, a more efficient way to migrate that data, and secondly, it gives us the groundwork for, because the management of that contract management can be optimized as well. So in the future, that team of 10 procurement people doesn't have to spend 1 day per week on contract review or generating metadata. They can do different stuff.
Fantastic, fantastic. And again, it's an example of freeing up time. I mean, one of the classic cliches is, technology replaces lawyers. That's not the point. It's sucking up the boring work, the process work, the repetitive work, the work where you're probably going to make mistakes because it is so boring, to put it simply. And it's freeing up these very educated people to do something more valuable. I mean, I think that's really one of the key takeaways. Not to see this as a threat to you, but almost as a liberator. Tom, last there.
Yeah, sure.
Have you got a good nugget to share?
If you allow me, I'll give 2 very small ones, because I think it illustrates that. So one, first example is, again, the smaller end of the spectrum, other at the larger and macro end. And, one or other will be applicable to pretty much everyone in this room, and there is of course an entire universe in between. So kind of to start with, we've done a lot of work with serving a client along with one of our partners, doing it collaboratively to serve to deal with supplier contracts, and that's where our technology analyzes them. So you start by extracting key information. So that's everything, from indemnities to payment terms to all of that, to give you that information in a very structured form. And we mentioned earlier about getting that information in structured form allows you to analyze it and to understand your entire universe of contracts. But then you can take that further and move it along and go, right, well, there's a clause here that bluntly never changes in the contracts. We just have it in there. So we can basically not waste any time bothering about that clause. We know we're pretty much always going to agree it. So where we focus our time in terms of negotiating those contracts, where is that best spent? And finally, and this is kind of the real Eigen piece, it's about giving you the ability to get to a different form of decision making through having information you previously didn't have. And so that's kind of supply contracts area we do. It's a very, very interesting area. It's live right now. And the other end of the spectrum, and that's relatively simple. On the other end of the spectrum, you have very significant business transformation projects we've done, often with the really big investment banks in the world. One of the most significant of these was helping one of the top US investment banks comply with the key provisions of the Recovery and Resolution Act in the United States, which basically is called QFCs, Qualified Financial Contracts. If any of you have seen the Big Short and remember Batman lying there with an ISDA on his chest, having read every single document there was, and he was the only person who had done so. That's why he was able to make a lot of money. Fundamentally, the regulations have come in since the financial crisis mean that every single bank has to understand all of those contracts in the way the people who won in the Big Short did. And it has to be able to give the regulators within 24 hours a full view of their entire universe of derivatives and their positions in the market. So that is a really, really big deal. It's very complex from a regulatory perspective. Some banks had to hire thousands of people to comply with it. So our system is live in one of the banks at the moment, serving that. It's live in several. And the way we did it was we ran every single document through our system. We pulled out the key information, the answers to all 27 questions, which means that those answers can be provided at any moment. They're stored in a data lake, and if you ever need to put the documents back through, you put them back through, and it can be done in a matter of hours. What that has actually allowed, interestingly, is not just they comply with the regulation, that's great, but they suddenly have a whole load of information they never had before. Information that can be used to make decisions. Information that's actually changed the way they negotiate these contracts, which is very, very interesting. And that's kind of the next level that you get to. It changes your decision-making process. Now, I will admit that is a very big that was a very big project. It was highly expensive and highly sophisticated, but it is permanently there now in terms of, I can give you some metrics on how the efficiency went on that. So to give you an idea, it basically led to a 10 to 15% increase in accuracy instead of using humans measured. We got a 75% increase in speed, so really something that allowed a much faster way of serving it. And final point on that is, on an ongoing basis, most banks who do this manually have to employ 150 people. One of our clients generally have to employ around 10. So it gives you a sense of the gains there.
Thanks, Tom. Some good examples. And I particularly like the point that the accuracy actually went up. One of the classic bugbears around use of NLP technology is that, well, hey, it's not 100% accurate, which it very rarely is, almost statistically impossible. However, lawyers themselves, when put to the test, very rarely are particularly accurate either. And it's very interesting that obviously big banks with lots of money were using legal teams. Obviously, these people were well trained, and the machine was 10 to 15% more accurate.
Well, actually, I can give a little bit more colour on that if you're interested, because essentially what happens is you have no one questions human lawyers or humans, but people always question the machine. So there was a benchmark run against both. 4 iterations of with each iteration being significantly more senior than the other, got a grand total of 92% accuracy. Our machine was accurate 91% out of the box first time round. And then with a bit of human addition and human manual review, that was got up to 98%. But it just shows you 4 iterations of humans intervention only got you to 92%.
And that's the last bit there, going from 90 to
91 to 98%.
That's the machine learning bit. That's where the human intervention, the sort of reinforcement learning, that's where you've taken up the level of accuracy through human intervention. By working with the system, you improve it.
Sorry, Richard, that's a key point for me as well, having done some AI implementations, is AI plus humans are better than either on their own. You get a degree of accuracy. Yeah. And whilst AI may deliver the advice or the insights, often that will still require a human to interpret those.
Yeah, and that's the point, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. It only takes you so far. It's a journey you should take, but it only takes you so far, and actually deploying AI most effectively and humans is really what we're all shooting for.
Well, that segues nicely into the next bit. And this will be a free-for-all, so whoever feels up for it. So from the panel, as you can see, we all absolutely love this technology. We all think it's great for different reasons. We're all coming at it from different angles. So let's look at the challenges, because obviously it's not all a walk in the park. There are some challenges. In fact, there are many challenges, but challenges I'm sure that a sophisticated organisation can overcome. So let's start off with a key one, and whoever wants this can go for it. Who should be in charge of this? Who should be owning the license? Who should be managing this? Should in-house counsel even be getting involved? Should they just say, look, you're the law firm, you handle it? Or should the in-house legal team say, hold on a minute, why are we paying an arm and a leg to the law firms to do this for us? We can do it ourselves. We can sign a contract with an AI company just as easily as anyone else can. Why don't we do it? But then of course, you have to take responsibility for training the system. And do you have the staff? Do you have the resources? Do you feel confident in doing it? Yeah, go for it. Sean.
I think the most important part from my experience is identifying where you need the technology. And I think that can only come from, obviously you can get people selling to you about all the different technologies out there, but only the in-house legal team, the general counsel, the lawyers doing the work know where the challenge and opportunities are. And therefore, from my experience, I would suggest that they should absolutely be driving the process. It shouldn't come from an ops team. It shouldn't come from your tech team. It shouldn't come from an engineering team or product team. It should be the legal function driving it. That being said, you absolutely need support in some kind from an ops team, from a software engineering team, depending on how your company is structured. And I think, clearly then you mentioned the relationship with law firms, the relationship with providers. There's different routes to markets. My experience has always been directly to suppliers. But obviously we work with law firms, and law firms provide different solutions as well, and therefore you have to weigh up what's the best option for you. But I think that I would strongly recommend that the in-house legal team, general counsel, drive that process and take responsibility for really identifying the key areas, measuring up the opportunities, and then going for implementation.
And how big is your legal team?
We are a team of 20.
So medium-sized, not like a...
But coming from HP, we're a team of 500.
Right.
And therefore, ironically, we use more technology at Alpha Sites than we use at Hewlett Packard Enterprise, which is a technology company, but had a very different way of approaching technology for a number of reasons.
Well, interesting point. Well, I'm sure some of you are in relatively small legal teams, but there's probably some of you who are in gigantic legal teams. But for the people who are in relatively small legal teams, perhaps even on their own, is this even relevant to them? If you're in a very small team, are these tools something they can even get their heads around? David?
If I may? Yeah, definitely. So I would say, yes, it's a pretty obvious case that legal tech providers like ours maybe started with the big ones just because we needed the data to actually train the machine. With regard to this, when it comes to the training, it's a little bit different. We do that all in-house just because we believe we have the house. We have a team of lawyers on one hand and computational linguists on the other hand. And since we believe that in order to have a high quality output, you need to make sure that the quality of what the data you're inserting is of high quality as well.
So a small legal team effectively outsources all the tricky bits to you.
They provide us with the data they have, assuming that we don't need it anymore, or we have already something at stock. We can actually build on top of that and further develop, further train the machine. And the legal team on the customer side has no work at all. We pretty much deliver the machine with high quality in the end.
Okay. So, Tom?
Yeah, I think
just a quick one.
Yeah, this kind of beautifully illustrates the point actually of how the market is developing and how it's different. Because we take a slightly different approach, which is train the machine. Actually, our entire technology is optimized to be so easy to use that you don't have to be able to code. It's I'm a history graduate and I can use it. Our software engineers look at me as if I'm crazy, but I can. And the whole point is effectively it can scale your knowledge, so your data remains your property. Doesn't come to us. It's something where your knowledge and your expertise can be scaled in a highly flexible manner very, very quickly. And come to the stand if you want to find out more afterwards. And that's for a world where data is much more heavily protected under GDPR and all of that. But there is also another route that you can take, because obviously you can go direct if you feel you've got the capability to buy direct. You can go through a law firm if you want to use them. But there are also, of course, alternative legal service providers. We work with lawyers on demand. They're fantastic. You can go through them. You can also go through platforms like HiQ, who we also work with. And actually, Richard wrote a fantastic article about it. But where he was mentioning the platformization of the sector and how that's really important. I think that's great that there are so many different routes in, because to your point, Richard, a team might be 20 or 30, or it might be one. It will the best route is going to depend very much on the in-house team itself.
And just to maybe pick up that point.
Yeah, and then I want to get some questions.
Yeah, sure. So, from a law firm perspective, I absolutely believe that the in-house legal team should make the strategic decision about whether and how to deploy AI. But it depends on the kind of level of experience and size of the team as to how they want to do that. And as you say, there are lots of different routes to do that. That could be a law firm, that could be direct with a vendor. I suppose what we've learned is whoever your supplier is, try to pick a partner rather than a supplier. Because from my perspective, the technology is important, but the most important thing is the implementation of that technology. And if you've got a supplier who shares the same vision of what you want to try and achieve, who recognises that their technology is still in development and is interested to hear from you about what you want from the product next, that can make significant long-term differences. And we've seen that in our relationship with Legal Sifter, but also as to why we chose Clarilis as a partner for document automation. That willingness to never say no, always be ahead of us on implementation and help us decide where we take it next.
Thanks, James. Well, thank you to the panel. It'd be great to get some questions from the audience. There's a couple of microphones going around if you'd like to ask a question. This lady here at the front. Thank you.
Hi. Is this on? Yes. Hi. James, I liked your answer to the question about how you've used AI and what has worked for you. With legal, quite a specific question. It could give legal advice based on playbooks. Did it also mark up the contract based on the advice that it gave?
So we've chosen deliberately not to do automatic markups. So it will embed, it comes out of the box with our suggested playbook, because we're very keen that you should be able to start sifting the day after you get the training. And it can embed the client's playbook in terms of your preferred clauses. The reason why we didn't go for amend all, and it does your markup for you, for the point I made earlier, is because I think, and our clients have told us, that someone should be making a decision as to whether to follow the legal advice or not. Same as you do when you speak to a human, is, there's some nuanced judgment required about whether in this particular case, you're going to follow that advice and make the change. It's easy to implement the change on an individual basis, but we deliberately didn't go for amend all because that would drive the wrong behaviours in its use.
And interestingly, there are software solutions, AI solutions out there that can automatically amend and effectively sort of rewrite, repaper a contract that's in negotiation. Let's get another question. Lady there in the middle. I think it's called Cicero, I think, the one I was mentioning. Yep.
Hi. Oh, that's very loud. Sorry. It's Vicky Aberton at From Counsel. I just wanted to ask about how you guys view the risk position, such that if traditionally, obviously, if the contract or something important is missed in a due diligence, there is a situation where a client will obviously look to their law firm and they will look to their insurer. And how you think that is changing, or how you address it where that error is not in the person but is in the machine system.
That could be, we could have a whole conference on that.
Yeah.
There probably should be. We've got about 3 minutes.
Sorry, I sort of dropped that bomb and then left.
Well, let's do the two lawyers because they're on the receiving end of all of these potential claims in the future. So let's do the GC first. Risk, insurance issues.
Yeah, I think it comes down to negotiating with the suppliers, the scope of the service they're providing. I think, similarly, we don't rely on AI for strict business decisions. We utilize it as insights and for data, which we then make decisions off the back of. Therefore, from my experiences, it's been the negotiation with the supplier has been based on typical legal positions from a supplier to a customer. If we were using it for an exercise where actually we were strictly taking direct legal advice off the back of the AI-related product, then in that scenario, yes, there's going to be a discussion about the supplier taking on board liability, but it's going to have to be within some sort of margin, as law firms cap their liability under their terms of engagement. I'm sure suppliers do the same.
And James, just very quickly, has your professional insurer talked to you about AI risk, and are you paying more now, or are you paying less?
Same. Well, it always goes up, insurance, right? We all experience that. But the legal sifter provides legal advice, and the advantage of buying legal AI from a law firm is you get the law firm assurance. So it is legal advice. We stand behind the advice that legal sifter gives, just as if it's given from a human. We have its same liability position as if it was given from a human. It is our advice embedded in the product. We stand behind our advice, and that's, I think, an advantage from it coming from a law firm.
To sum up, the buck stops with you.
Completely, yeah.
Right,
Yep.
fantastic. And time for just one last question, perhaps. Gentleman in the middle there with the pink pen.
Hi, thank you. My name is Jacob Hiller, and I work with the in-house legal team at Deloitte. And basically, I'm here today, one, to get a bit more informed about how I can be better at my job, and also specifically to help the lawyers in my team be able to do their jobs more easily and with quality and efficiency. So one of the questions I had for the panel is, when, say, if I put an RFP out to you and some of your competitors, with some of the business case still being a little bit unclear or still to be defined, in the process of that, what kinds of things can you do to help me make that business case to my exec? By using these kinds of technologies, what are the benefits to the business?
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, we've only got 2 minutes to answer that one. But just okay, one sentence answer. If Deloitte comes to you and says, right, how can you be of assistance to the two tech companies? In a sentence, how can you help them?
So we would do two things. In order to actually build up the use case, we would, on one hand, work on KPIs. Are there existing KPIs or not? And in order actually to find the use case, that would be the KPI is the second step. The first step would be actually sitting down with you, doing a workshop where we bring designers in as well as lawyers. So combining what's today called legal design and actually work on the use case in order to find what you're looking for.
I have to stop you there. Tom, very quickly.
We need to explore with you exactly what you wanted, exactly what you needed, whether we're the because we're not a silver bullet, we don't do everything, and that's very important. That exploration point and being very upfront is very important to us. But we would come to you and we'd say, this is what we can do. We explore your use case, and fundamentally what we're about is, in a perfect world, if it's the right use case, we'd reduce your costs, increase your speed, and increase your accuracy.
Fantastic. Actually, it's worth pointing out that Deloitte is actually using quite a few different AI tools already, which I've actually written about. There's one very, very large legal AI company that's not here today that you've already got a contract with. And anyway, so let's sum up. We've got a couple of minutes just to wrap up. So I said I would ask the panel a question about the future. So just a couple of sentences from each. We've only got a couple of minutes. Just going around, start with Sean. Taking the whole AI and technology and automation aspects into this. The way that the legal market does seem to be changing quite rapidly now with alternative legal providers, the Big Four getting on the Legal Act, the rise of legal ops, more change than I've seen in years and years. Just in the short term, where do you see things changing? What's your future view?
Short term, from my perspective, I think there's a real opportunity for in-house legal teams to get a competitive edge and to give their business a competitive edge by embracing AI technology in various different forms. And I think, the next 3 to 5 years, if you're not a legal function, at least piloting, trialing, and looking at the different options, you're falling behind the curve. And gone through many challenging situations, and some have worked and some haven't, and some definitely haven't worked. So it's not a perfect science, but I think I really think it's a real opportunity for anyone in the legal space to really to try the different options, identify what's right for their business, what are their real legal challenges for their legal departments, and implement a strategy that really works and drives value, provides data, provides efficiencies, and basically helps your business make better decisions.
Fantastic. James, just a couple of sentences.
So in 3 to 5 years' time, we'll all be digital lawyers. So what that means for law firms is we'll be reselling technology, we'll be consultants around legal design, we'll be partnering with more technology businesses and working closer with our clients. And for the clients, I think it will be having greater clarity on the legal tech market, because it's very crowded at the moment, and through a lot of experience and a lot of early wins, delivering real value through the use of legal tech within their legal teams.
Fantastic. David, very quick.
I think we'll be actually able to focus on exciting and interesting work. So by applying tools, solutions like ours, we'll get rid of the repetitive work and be able to do the fun stuff.
Fantastic. Tom?
Within a few years, I'm already seeing this. It's just the ability to access huge amounts of information that you don't currently have access to, that will transform decision making. And then really at a kind of macro level, our Chief Legal and Strategy Officer, Adam Eastle, who was meant to be here, unfortunately I'm well, that's why I'm here, always likes to say that, and I think this is a very important point, that sooner or later, and it will be sooner, it will be just inconceivable to give legal advice, to do legal work without the use of technology. In fact, it will just be considered irresponsible, because that technology will be so fundamental to the delivery of that service and to the best delivery of that service.
Fantastic, Tom. Thank you very much. So I hope you all enjoyed that. We'll be hanging around for a bit if you want to have a chat. But don't take our word for it that AI is fantastic. I strongly suggest you go out and do pilots. Don't jump into bed with the very first AI company you meet. Try and do some tests, do some pilots, and also really think about your use cases. What are the problems you're trying to solve? A lot of this discussion can sometimes get a bit carried away. Try and bring it down to basics. What are you actually trying to do? But part of that also means understanding what you can do. So hopefully we've helped you a bit in that. So thank you to the panel and thank you for your questions.
Hey, thank you guys. That was a great presentation, great speech. We now have another coffee, tea networking break, and then there will also be the product demo for Wolters Kluwer on the innovation stage shortly. So we will see everyone back at 3:25.
the cellar door is hanging, hoping, will you read and while I wait? That lost time flickers through so vivid, it rushes from my head down to my feet. We're laughing, joking through what dies to my defeat. Oh, seasons change, it'll never be the same. I'm hoping I don't stay the same, and reasons strange why we all must play these games. Seasons change, it'll never be the same. I'm hoping I don't stay the same, and reasons strange why we all must play these games. Seasons change, they'll never be the same. Oh, never be the same, no. Never be the same, no. Never be the same, no, 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 no. Seasons change, they'll never be the same. Never be the
We'll make some noise for Andrea Triana.
Thank you.
In the industry on it.
All right, everybody, welcome back. Hopefully you got to see the product demo and some of the great other demos that are going on out there. This next panel I'm personally very excited to hear about. Couldn't agree with the statement more. Your data holds the key to reducing your costs and improved efficiency and productivity.
Legal team there, we look after the operational side of the business. Now, many of you will know, as the organisation that maintains, operates, renews, enhances the national rail infrastructure. Often, unfortunately, we're in the news for the wrong reasons. Hopefully, we'll be able to give you a flavour of what we're doing in the legal team that just shows we are more forward-thinking than perhaps people would necessarily give the brand credit for.
Thanks, Dan. Michael.
My name is Michael Tal. I'm CEO and founder of BCIP. We do matter and spend management for legal departments. And I started my career as a lawyer in big law, actually, where I quit to start this company. And so the topic is really a nice one, I think, because it's really the core of what we do, data. It's what drove me out of the law firm, seeing that there is a need to improve transparency and billing practices between law firms and legal departments. And so I quit my job and started this company in Frankfurt, and we now grew to London and New York as well.
And I think that's quite a compelling statement. So this is somebody who actually quit traditional law in very successful law firms to actually go, well, hang on, there's a problem here. And I guess data was the key to that decision.
Absolutely, yeah. My co-founder is also a former lawyer. He worked with another big law firm, and we both realized that there was something going terribly wrong. We saw a lot of legal departments that didn't actually know what they spent their money for. Didn't even know how much they spent. They were complaining about invoices, about surprising invoices. So we really saw a need to create something, and also looking for an exit opportunity because we hated working in the law firm. So we combined this two elements, and we quit and started the company. And what we're doing now is we're basically talking to a lot of legal departments and helping them to first of all gather the data, and then also to make sense of it. And the most exciting thing about it for us is that we're in actually three totally different regions. So I would say we're in Europe, we're in the UK, and we're in the US, and those three regions are at three different maturity stages. So I would say the US is pretty mature when it comes to e-billing and analyzing data in general. The UK is somewhere in between, and it's still early days in continental Europe, although legal departments are really starting to catch up.
Thanks then, Michael. So I guess moving to you, Dan, when did you embark, or what made you embark on your data journey?
So I've been in this role about 3 years as the GC for the Roots team. I mean, I've been at NetWare 12 years, so 9 of those I think we were pretty much data free. And then when I started the team, much to the groans of the team, I said, how are we going to know what good looks like? So we all talk about the fact that we want to be a great in-house team, we want to work well together. How are we going to know when we've reached the point where we're actually quite good at what we do? Anecdote has been the way in which the team had operated for many, many years. And anecdote will only take you so far, particularly as people move on from the business and all of those relationships start to move on and end. So I challenged the team to look at what our purpose is. Why are we here? And that might help us understand then what success looks like. So quite quickly we came down to the landing on a vision, which was we're here to consistently exceed our customers' expectations. That's what we said as a legal team. That was our vision. And so it then lent itself to the question, well, how do we know if we succeeded our customers' expectations? And that started to generate conversations about understanding what we're doing, why we're doing it, and how do we demonstrate to our customers that that is what they're looking for. And so the data conversations really developed from that. People, I think, in the team recognised quite early that simply making statements about the reputation of the team being pretty good at what they do, they're okay, just wasn't going to cut the mustard when we wanted to drive forward a vision of being really part of and embedded in the business.
And just for the benefit of the team, what does your team sort of look like? Because I think, you know, it's quite a big team. It's got about 15 people in it.
Yeah.
Full service.
Yeah, that's right. So we've got the country for rail purposes. You won't use that when you leave this room again, I can assure you, is split into 8 regions at the moment, and that's changing down to 5 very soon. And my team look after and support, as a full service, those 8 different parts of the country. So we have the ability, given they do very similar work across the country, to be able to benchmark and compare and contrast. So that's both internally and externally, which hopefully we'll get the chance to talk about how we're holding our firms to account on a similar way. But what that allowed us to do is to say, well, you're all doing the same kind of work with your colleagues. Let's understand how long it's taking to do there, how much it's costing to do there, and what actually are you doing with your time? And let's try and draw some parallels and get some best practice between the two.
Yeah, and I think it's an interesting journey, isn't it? And I think you said when we were talking about this in the prep that you've been on that journey for about 3 years. So I guess it's something you have to invest in.
You do, because some people just repel the idea of data completely. I think that lawyers either love or hate it, I think. And there's a real mixed relationship with it, because many will just turn their eyes and roll them when you talk about spreadsheets. You know, trying to get a lawyer to use the very basic tools to help you implement what are relatively straightforward solutions is a real challenge. And start talking numbers with lawyers, and I don't like this kind of phrase that lawyers don't do numbers. I just think that's just antiquated. I think we've moved past that. But some people do see it as getting in the way of their day job. And what I try to bring people along with is actually this is part of your day job. You're here to deliver a service. Part of that service is being able to demonstrate the value that you're bringing, that kind of value question that everyone thinks is the kind of golden nugget that we all talk about. The reality is the value comes from understanding what it is you're doing, why you're doing it, and does your customer benefit from at the end of the day.
I think that's a really interesting point, because, you know, as I kind of alluded at the beginning, you know, we like to think of ourselves as wordsmiths rather than having a level of numeracy. But I guess in this day and age, and I guess you've heard throughout the theme of the conference, it's more about just, you know, drafting. It's more of a holistic kind of tech, you know, strategy, operational kind of role now. And I think the buy-in piece is quite important, because obviously the data is only going to be as useful as you get the many people kind of buying into it. I guess, Michael, from your experience, obviously you've been implementing these type of solutions in partnership with legal functions and other businesses. I guess, what's your experience of the buy-in piece been like? And have you got any tips or anecdotes that you can share in relation to sort of that journey and bringing people on vision and understanding from having, you know, come up with a solution that should meet, you know, a number of needs?
Yeah, so I think getting buy-in internally works only if you bring the stakeholder on board early in the process. So what we experienced in the early days was we could easily convince the GC, because the GC obviously sees a lot of value in having a nice dashboard with the data in it and being able to report. But if the GC doesn't bring on board the rest of the team early in the process, then he or she will experience significant pushback afterwards, because the solution, whatever technology it is, whatever you buy, it has to add value to the whole team, right? So you have to make sure that when you start looking at technology, you're well aware that everybody has to adapt it, and you have to make sure that everybody sees the value in it, right? And so what works best is if the GC or legal ops person that starts the project brings on board as many people as possible from the team to test, to provide input, to tell about their pain. So in our case, usually what we have is, so we sell mainly the e-billing piece of our system, which is spend management. It automates the collection of invoices and reviews, right? And so for a GC, the great thing is he or she's able to, or head of legal ops gathers a lot of structured data and is able to generate reports. But what's the value for the in-house counsel? It somehow has to tell the law firm they're now supposed to capture this data in a system for them, right? And so for them, you really have to show them what their benefit is, which is, in our case, to have automated invoice reviews, right? So they save time. But it has to be clear from the beginning that there is a benefit for them. Otherwise, it's going to be tough to sell the project to your in-house team. And the same is true for the law firms. I mean, if you whatever type of collaboration tool you buy, the moment you have to use it with third parties, as a legal department, you have the power to force a third party. I mean, force is such a bad word, but effectively that's what you're doing, right? So you're forcing your law firms or other third party to use a system with you, and you will have pushback if you don't tell them what their benefit is, and it can. We will pay your invoices faster. We'll have less discussions around spend. So it's clearer to us what kind of value you add, and so that's something you have to sell to your external partners as well.
I think one of the good things is, though, and you may have gathered it from sort of speaking to a number of the vendors here, is that law firm adoption is improving. And I think, we kind of talk about this as the future of law. I kind of get a bit bored of that because I think it's actually the currency of law. It's actually happening now. And, compared to this conversation a year ago, and Dan, it'd be interesting to hear your thoughts. Law firms are actually starting to jump on the bandwagon, and whether they're kind of creating their own innovation centres and hubs and collaborating with legal tech startups, great, or whether they're actually adopting a lot of this stuff internally. I mean, I know that you've sort of partnered with a different third party to BCIP. They've been sort of saying that they're on quite a successful story of getting those top 100 law firms, etc., and growing on their books. I mean, what are your thoughts on that, Dan?
Yeah, I think law firms are being almost forced into the position now where they have to act. For too long there's been a complete level of opaqueness, ambiguity around how firms are charging clients for work. We've just recently let a contract with a new panel. And we started working a couple of years ago with Aperio. And Aperio is another spend management tool that allowed us to really get to the bottom of what our external spend was. We didn't have the data for a few years. We knew that we could quite happily find out. Everyone somewhere had captured something that we could start to dig out, mine it, and hopefully then use it to inform our decision making when we went out to the market. But what a powerful tool it was to enable us to understand several years of data when we went to drive a completely different approach with the panel of law firms. So I know there's a lot of talk about the moving away from the hourly model to fixed fee and et cetera, et cetera. I think that is all still a little bit noise, frankly. The idea of saying we've got fixed fees, we've solved all the problems, I think is probably missing the point. I think fixed fees themselves probably end up being overspent, quite often changed, scopes, etc. I think the reality of what we've done with having the data behind us is we could drive a completely different mentality. So if you imagine a law firm that all of a sudden then knows in real time, you can see exactly what time they're entering. You can see then what time they're writing off. You can see then just how inefficient their operations are internally. And we know somewhere we're paying for that, frankly. So let's move away from the idea of they're doing us a favour by writing this time off. We know what it's doing is demonstrating an inefficiency they need to work on. So what we've been able to do, I think, by using the data we've had is really start to look at the firms and what they're doing, how they're doing it, which fee earners they're using to do the work, and how they're applying themselves in slightly different ways to deliver against a mandate that we're really pushing them hard on. So we've been able, as a result of working with the third party, to put in a series of KPIs to our new tender to really hold the firms accountable for the kind of work and innovation that we're expecting them to deliver. And just that existence of KPIs within 3 weeks of starting the contract has driven very different behaviours. And Natalie, to be honest with you, it's the behaviours that will make the difference. Rather than picking out every pound here or there, you've got to start looking at trends and driving the right behaviours. And that's really started to do that.
I think that's really interesting because I guess you've got the combination of data there and I guess the gut feeling and I guess traditional skills that are still there in managing external counsel and spend. They're not going anywhere. So I guess if you've got a powerful tool, then we're actually seeing some proper behaviour changes and I guess probably a new wave of behaviour in the industry potentially.
Well, we're not looking to hurt the firms. This is the thing, and this is often what's been described as, we know that collaborative relationships with the law firms has got to be the right way to bring people together to be able to find a solution that works for both. And I think it's achievable. You've both got the same aim, I hope, which is deliver a great service to your end client. The challenge has always been that creating the transparency around it. What people understand, people can then start to have conversations about. When it's not understood, that creates the tension and the mistrust.
Yeah, and I think, this whole sort of billing tool with this real-time transparency and giving you those kind of access to dashboards of billing analytics are great. And I guess that's exactly what BCIP does, right, Michael? And so, we've talked about how you help to reduce costs. Have you got any good examples that you can share with us of how your tools kind of help that and some kind of some kind of vision you had because of that you were actually quite surprised about that may have changed behaviours or kind of shown some quick wins?
Yeah, so the most basic win or saving our clients can achieve is by enforcing guidelines. So basically, very often when implementing a spend management solution, legal departments use the momentum to introduce new billing guidelines, maybe stricter guidelines than the one they had. And then the system would catch billing errors, and that's where you see your fees dropping, right? And the funny thing is you would even see law firm rates that are being billed are just wrong. So in one case, so with one client, we had like a very interesting experience. They had a global framework agreement with a big law firm where they had like standard rates agreed globally. And once they used our realized nobody was actually billing them what they agreed upon. So locally, every local law firm was billing their standard rates, their local standard rates. And after having realized by using a system that this is happening, and this had been happening for a year or so, right? So it's not like they just started doing that. And what we found out together with the client is that this global framework agreement never found its way to the billing department, right? So the partner in charge just negotiated it, and the billing department didn't know about it. So they just kept charging their standard rates. Yeah, and that's just one story of many stories we experience with law firms, especially if you work with big law firms that work under one brand. But many of the big law firms actually they're just a bunch of regional law firms working under one brand, right? And every regional law firm has its own billing department, its own billing rules, internal billable hour rules, and so internal billable hour goals, and so it varies a lot, and so you will find a lot of mistakes there. And what we also see then is behavioral change. So basically what you just described, it has a huge impact on law firms because then they start adapting to the system, and they just start to be more careful when they bill, and they do less errors, which, to be honest, is great for the legal department, but for us as a vendor, it's not so great because savings go down, right? And so that's behavioral change is an interesting thing, but it's funny that sometimes the feedback from legal departments who should be happy that this behavioral change is rather negative because they're saying, oh, wow, so how can I now prove that I'm saving money with such a system? Yeah, well, you have to look at what you were built before, right? So. But yeah, that's an interesting part of of how behavior changes, and also the fact that so if a law firm knows that somebody's using an e-billing system, you would have another team bill you, right? So they have an e-billing app, which means they look at line item by line item if you're billing you the right stuff. Whereas if you are just a regular paper invoice client, they would just keep sending their standard invoices and don't have a dedicated team going through the invoice. And so that's already a huge behavioral change you can see when you implement the solution.
So I think we've kind of touched upon sort of the first sort of part of the session about how you're using data to reduce costs. I guess now if we turn it onto the efficiency kind of angle, and I guess, Michael, one of the tools that you also have sort of come up with within your business is matter management. Tell us a little bit more about that, and then I guess for the people in the room, I've got some sort of data points or data sets that I've been sort of tracking in roles of mine, which I found quite useful.
Sure, yeah. So we've been growing the matter management part of our system over the last 1.5 years. And we see a lot of demand for this piece, and not only from the point of view that you get to capture your matter details and your documents, but it also helps you to track your own internal efficiency. It helps you track your internal cost, and so there's a whole new amount of data you can gather by matter management as well, right? And so something that is really on vogue now is to have legal service requests going through a portal. So basically, you would have the business submit whatever request they have through a portal where you're able to route it to the right person in the legal department, but you're also able to capture the response times. You can even track service levels. So there's a lot of data you can generate if you standardize the way how the business requests legal advice from you. And so that's one part of the matter management where you can gain additional useful data. Then obviously the internal cost. Capturing how much your own spend is on a matter and comparing it to what an external firm would charge you, and something we've done recently upon a client request is we have a survey tool. So basically, you as a legal department, you can have the business rate you. You can have like regular surveys, and you then really know how good you are at what you do. So you have a lot of additional data, and not only quantitative data, but in this case also qualitative data.
I think that's the key, not losing the human side from the data side, and not forgetting that there are other ways of doing things. It just doesn't have to always go to data and digital. I guess for the benefit of the people in the room, just some tips or some data sets that I was kind of using to kind of put certain sort of business requests through. So there was a perception in my previous role that legal were a blocker, and maybe that's something that you're told by your business too. What I thought is I would track when matters are actually with legal versus with the business and with the other side. And just those little metrics there can actually show quite easily how much really is with you versus the perception of it being with you. And that was very powerful because we soon won over what would have been the sales teams who were kind of pushing and saying, we were the blocker and we actually weren't. Another one that we sort of calculated was we worked out what the average time it takes to complete a certain type of matter was and should be, and that was from just measuring the number of days that a matter was open. So we could sort of start to realise, well, actually that type of paper for that type of deal should take 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, and then you've got sort of a baseline to measure your efficiency on. One of my favourites is how you push your own paper. So obviously people, especially salespeople, and I hate to keep talking about salespeople in a derogatory way, but, like to take the path of least resistance. So, you want your NDAs to be pushed out there, you want your templates. And we were actually able to, or one of the metrics we measured was the amount of time it took our lawyers and the overall length of negotiation time for our paper versus a third-party paper. And it's obvious, right? Especially if you work in the legal function, it's going to be longer, but it was clear analytics and data, which you can't really argue with. And I think that helped change the mindset of the business to actually help support us in trying to be more efficient for them. And then just the final one before I sort of turn to Dan for his tips or some of the things that he's been doing. The SLAs, and we talked about the perception of whether legal is responsive, and so we started measuring acknowledgement times, and that's just hey, got your request, this is who it's being passed to, versus then SLAs for actually dealing with requests, and they would vary depending on the complexity of the matter. contractual matters are a bit easier to do than non-contractual matters, but you were able to then sort of measure the response time of the team compared to those SLAs. And not only did it help up front to give the business the information they needed to help support you and make sure they build that timescale into their pipe, but we're also able to realise that actually as we started to produce more playbooks, better templates, we could actually reduce that negotiation time down and actually could give better SLAs in the future. So those are some of the sort of ways that I've used data to improve efficiency. Dan, anything else you want to add there that you've been doing with your team?
Yeah, we took the really difficult decision that many people in the room will gasp at, and we asked people to time record in-house. I don't know whether others do in the room. Do people... Is it fair just to ask anyone else time record?
Those two definitely do.
Those two in your team do. There you go, we've got two. So there's probably a very small percentage of people do it in-house, and quite often the reason people give why they left private practice was because they had to time record, and I always say that's just not true, is it really? It was the fact that you had so many hours you had to record.
That's so true.
If you were just time recording 2 hours a day, you'd be all right. It's when it's 22 hours a day you've got to do the problem. So what we did was we said, look, you've got to understand what's in it for them, because otherwise the people in the team are going to push back, right? So it was really important that not day one I came in and said, right, let's start writing time. And there were a number of ways in which we managed to collectively say this is the right thing to do. Firstly, we don't look at 6-minute units. We don't really care about whether it's half an hour. We just want to understand what people are doing with their time. And it seems crazy, right, that when we have our quarterly meetings with the 8 different FDs that we do across the country, for them to ask us, what are you doing with our time? And we go, just really important legal stuff you don't need to worry about, and it's kind of a bit embarrassing, isn't it? So we said, let's at least be able to have that sensible conversation with them and say, this is what we're spending our time and your money on, because it is your money. So I think you're quite entitled to see not only our external spend, we've got that visibility and transparency now, but also what you're paying us to do. And what that did was that lent itself to a conversation that was far more evidence-based, and they could see why someone was spending huge amounts of time in an area that the business had no interest in, frankly. So we were able to then define what the priorities were. So when I set out our vision of meet customers' expectations, one of those expectations was work on our priority matters. We've got senior people in this team. Let's not have them doing work that doesn't need to be done by a lawyer or doesn't need to be done at all. And we found quite quickly that we were spending huge amounts of time on work that was administrative in nature, that because we were the department that didn't want to be the department that said no, we were saying yes far too often, and that comes with the opposite challenge. So we ended up having to then produce a set of data that told us what we were doing, how long it was taking, and the business loved it. And the team got a lot of confidence because they were having those conversations directly with the business and saying, do you know what, we know what we're doing for you, and we can now tailor that to make sure it's right for you. And you get a few naysayers, but trust me, once everyone else is doing it and they're the weak link, they will come round to it. They don't want to be known as the person that's making it all very complex and difficult when their customers like it.
I think that's very empowering as well, and I think it makes probably some of the sort of legal work that sort of junior members of the team may be working on, it actually empowers them to actually feel like they do have that direct relationship with the business owners, rather than it always going through to the more senior lawyers or I guess the head of department, which I think is quite compelling. We definitely did a similar thing. We do track our matters at FleetCor, and we do publish and send a report out to the business leaders of what we've spent on. And very clearly you can it's all transparent, it's all there, and we get them to flag what their priority matters are, or we predict, or we tell them what we've been told are a priority. And so, we're not doing anything really groundbreaking. We just mark it with a P for priority, and it's easily filterable in the spreadsheet or report that we send. And people can very quickly see, in a matter of seconds, whether that looks like the right sort of thing. So I think there is a lot you can do. And I think one of the points to make as well, and I know we've got a technology vendor here, is that you can still do this stuff with lack of technology or simple technology such as spreadsheets. I know we're a bit scared of them because we're not in the accounting departments, but there's quite a lot you can learn relatively quickly and get that data in a manual fashion, relatively quickly. And I think, Dan, when you were starting to gather your data initially before you had the smart tools, you were using Excel, or you were using reporting.
I'm recording. We've moved away from the idea of having a spreadsheet in front of you and a calculator to add up the numbers as well as the spreadsheet. We've kind of now got people doing Excel training, and all of a sudden people know how to use the basics of that. So people are getting new skills from doing something that's really quite simple. We still use that. It does the job internally. I mean, I think we would like to be a bit more sophisticated, but whatever system you use for time recording, and we looked at several, ultimately you've still got to put certain data in to make it useful. So we've been quite comfortable with what we have. The real challenge is making sure that you keep it live, keep it real, and keep the data very clear, sensible, and accurate.
And I think before we take questions, I just wanted to kind of end with a bit of a sort of positive story, which is how data has actually led to actually being able to increase headcount, which I think, for smaller in-house legal teams, sole counsel can be quite a challenge. I know you were successful in using that data that you were sort of capturing to show the benefits of bringing in a resource that would have been going externally in-house.
It allows you to make the business case, doesn't it? So what we were not doing it, not collecting the data to be able to say we want more people, because that's not really what we're about. In many respects, it was almost a bit more defensive. So when people started saying to you, what you're doing, how you're doing it, etc., we had a position that within the touch of a button or a few buttons, we could show people genuinely what we were doing and how we were supporting the business. And we created the dashboards, we created a scorecard with a series of targets that we all worked to, and we can produce that at a whim to the business so they can see how we're progressing against our targets. And as we showed them this and they understood just the additional support we were able to bring, we were all able to show them as well and bust a myth that we don't send everything externally. I don't know whether it's fine that their business thinks you just send everything out, because that's just as a post box. We showed that 75% of our work was done internally. So again, they recognised that and they thought, well, that just shows perhaps we should be investing more in you and less in the millions of pounds we're spending externally. And as a result, the business case was made and they've supported us for the last 2 years, 2 additional lawyers. And now that's given us an additional level of accountability to keep the metrics, frankly. When it's coming out directly their pocket, you've got to make sure that you're showing them exactly what value that additional person they've spent is bringing.
I think one of the ways we got our head count was we were able to calculate the number of matters. So in my previous life at Enterprise, when I was running the legal team there for Europe, there was quite a lot of contracts coming our way, and there was a contract management function that was sort of staffed with lawyers and non-lawyers, and we were able to calculate the number of matters somebody could realistically touch in 1 month, what was coming in and what was actually physically being dealt with, and then the deficit between what was coming in, or the delta, we're able to say, well, actually, we could send that to Overflow, and we're sending it to Overflow with the partnership we had with the law firm, which, we're still relatively cost effective. But we're able to actually say, well, actually, if you bring that in-house, that's a headcount right there. And actually, that was a really easy way because it was very methodically, metrically correct and accurate, and you couldn't really argue with the data. So hopefully that's given you some tips on how data can help you to reduce costs, improve efficiency and productivity. Is there anything you don't think we've covered that you'd like to ask about while you've got us all here? Any questions? I don't know if there's mics or anything. Yeah, excellent.
Hi, it's Kathy Koval from Clarilis. Dan, I was just to pick up on a point that you made about setting KPIs for law firms, which evolved their behaviour. I was wondering if you could give a bit more detail about what an example of a KPI and how the behaviour changed.
Yeah, so there's a classic way of doing this. We looked around the marketplace when we were doing it, and most people that I've seen who do have KPIs, and I think they're quite limited in truth, do it on the basis of a kind of red, amber, green of, are you collaborating, red, amber, green? Are you quick, red, amber, green? Are you commercial, red, amber, green? And frankly, that means nothing to anyone because you're both very much subjectively giving your view on that. So we were very keen that we had a much more scientific approach. So we've ended up with 10 KPIs. Some are very specific to Network Rail in truth, but some that are absolutely relevant to others. So the one that firms are getting really interested in at the moment, those where we say that you go over your estimate, because if you do go over estimate, you get hit hard, and that then impacts on your performance overall. And we often see people going over their estimates, and that really hurts the business. When they're told that they've got a purchase order for a certain value and the firm go, oh, sorry about that, but we've gone 10 grand over your 50 grand estimate. I mean, how difficult can it be to tell you early? And all we're doing is saying, if you don't, we'll hold you to account, and overall your performance will be worse, and we've got an incentive pot kept back. So they have the ability to keep more money if they're hitting these targets. And at the end of the day, you've got to put money in the law firms to make it worthwhile, otherwise they won't be interested. So we've put money in there. The second thing that I think is useful to others that may be interesting you that's not so specific to us is to say, it's apt for this session, get your data right. So we can't see the output of things like the busy lamps and the Aperios of the world if the data's not right going in. So when we're sending matters out to a firm, it's all categorized beautifully. And if the firms aren't putting in the correct data, closing matters when they should be closing matters, and recording that absolutely perfectly, then we get the wrong data out the other side. And if we get the wrong data out the other side, we make bad business decisions. And we're holding to account on that because our system allows us to see whether the data is input correctly or not. And again, they'll be scored on that. And if they don't do well, then they have to pay back some of that incentive payment.
Michael, anything to add from what Dan said, from your experience?
No, I think those are great KPIs, and I think the challenge with those KPIs is being able to track and retain the data you need to do that.
Yep.
And especially if you have budgets and quotes, you have to retain the data, not only the invoice data or the work in progress data. It has to be somewhere in order for you to be able to actually make sure that you know how reliable a firm is.
Yep.
I would agree, and I think it's a very, very smart approach.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Dan, I wish I'd had a boss like you my whole life.
Oh, well, it can happen one day. You never know.
No, I got a good one now, but just everything you said really resonated. It was a great session. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think Michael's going to stay on and talk about modern legal spend management software and easily view and reduce your legal costs. Is there a slide?
Yeah, there should be a few slides actually.
Start going forward or back.
Something happened.
There you go.
Okay, perfect. Hello, I won't reintroduce myself since I hope you realized who I am and what I do. So I'll keep it short because we heard a lot about spend management and data already. The idea is to provide you with a quick general overview of what legal spend management means, what the benefits are, the essentials of it. Then we'll have a quick look at data you can gather and analyze, or you should gather and analyze as a modern legal department. Last but not least, I want to talk a little bit about the implementation part, which sometimes can be a bit painful. So it's worth talking about it in order to make sure you get it right from the very beginning. So what is legal spend management? I would say at a very high level, legal spend management means knowing your data, being in control, knowing how much you spend on outside counsel, and being able to track it. And so how do you do that? Certainly, your accounts payable system doesn't do all of it, because the data you have in your accounts payable system is unstructured. So you don't have enough granularity to be able to analyze it and to do things like, the KPI analysis that Dan just described. So as a modern legal department, you would have some technology being able to gather the data for you. And so a good tool should be able to collect fee quotes, to run RFPs, collect budgets from law firms, to track work in progress data, and also invoices. Work in progress is interesting because it allows you to stay in control, whereas invoices are really the essence of spend management because they contain all the data fields you need to run analytics and generate KPIs. So looking at the data, so one thing that is really important to track are law firm quotes. And we've just heard it. If you want to know how reliable a law firm is, you need to know what they quote in the first place. Because if you have law firms that always come in with a low quote and end up billing you more than that, you should know that. And the only way you can know that is if you track that data. So law firm quotes and budgets from law firms are an important piece of your spend management measures. And also, if you start working on matters that are not in your standard fields of law, like if you're working on non-standard matters, tendering them is very helpful because you can compare quotes from several law firms, and you can assess, well, how different are the prices, and sometimes you will have like dramatic price differences. We even had saying they had like 60 to 80% price differences in quotes, which is amazing, but it's the reality because many law firms they don't track the data themselves, so it's very often it's just an educated guess when they're pitching you for a certain matter type. And then there's accruals and work in progress. Accruals are helpful to collect if you have to do like accrual reports. Some clients have to do that on a quarterly basis, others on a yearly basis, but you can have automated accrual requests from your law firms and make sure you don't have to start calling each and every one of them at the end of the year, but you automate it through a system. Work in progress is more granular than accruals. It means you're not only receiving the overall amount they have been billing internally, few weeks, month. It's really a granular view, line item by line item. It helps you to stay in control because if you have like an almost real-time view of your spend, you know exactly how your law firms work, you know exactly what they're working on. You can interact with them, you can collaborate with them, and adjust the invoice before it becomes an invoice. So you can reduce your spend before you even have it. And also, it's good to track work in progress because once you receive the invoice, you can see right away how the partners, for example, write off times of junior associates when they bill you. Some just tend to bill you whatever their associates capture internally. Others have significant write-offs on the invoice, which means you're investing a lot in your relationship. And that's another important metric for you. And then there's obviously invoices. If you receive invoices in a structured format, an electronic format, you would have timekeeper names, timekeeper roles, classifications, rates, locations, matter types. So there's a lot of structured data you can extract from the invoice and analyze. So first of all, structured data allows you to run automated invoice reviews, which frees you from a lot of boring administrative work, right? So you don't have to go through invoices line by line item and compare rates and are the right lawyers billing me. Some clients say, I don't want to be billed anymore by first associates. Well, you can automate that if the data is structured. So that's a great benefit of having electronic invoices. And then benchmarking data is also useful. I mean, if you now have your internal data and comparing it to data of your peers is something that also makes a lot of sense, right? So you know you're paying a certain amount to law firms for a certain matter type. You have agreed upon rates, but you don't, and you've been starting to optimize that. But you don't know what your peers are paying for it. And so there's a way to buy benchmarking reports and have benchmarking data in the system that allows you to compare, right? So what's the highest rate in the market? What's the lowest rate in the market? And you know exactly where you are. And also, last but not least, there are your internal costs. So in a best case scenario, you're tracking your times, you know how much your hourly cost is, and you compare it to the external cost, right? And you can make a good case of it. I mean, if you can show that for certain tasks you're paying an amount of X to a law firm, and instead of doing that, you can have the same task insourced for a lower amount, then you have a business case for hiring an additional person, right? And that's very, very similar to what Dan just described. So all this data should be something you're able to gather, whether it's a spreadsheet or a tool. This is something you should have in order to be able to run your legal department as a business. And hopefully you're all excited and thinking about implementing a spend management solution now. The question is, how do you do that, right? So there's a lot of things that can go wrong on the way to buying a system and implementing it. So the first step is usually to gather your key requirements. That means you start thinking about, what is it I really need? So one way to do it would be to think about the data you want. So I just showed you which one you should be wanting, but maybe there's other things you need. Maybe there are other requirements in-house you have. So you should be gathering all those key requirements and make sure you have them all together before you start looking for suitable technology. And then you should start talking to all the stakeholders that will be involved in the process. And we briefly described the problem of having buy-in from in-house counsel, but you also need buy-in from other departments. So if you want to implement spend management technology, you will most probably need buy-in from your tax team. You will need buy-in from your IT team. You will need buy-in from finance, procurement. Bring them all on board early in the process. I know it's painful because it means you have to convince a lot of people, but it's better to do it early in the process than later, because if you do it later, it can go wrong. So you might already have a few enemies trying to kill the project, which you definitely don't want, right? The best way to do it, to bring the stakeholders on board, is to create a steering committee, to make sure you have them all in a committee, being able to decide and to help you evaluate the product. Thanks. And also, on top of that, obviously, you will need a team that goes out, looks for the suitable technology, and evaluates vendors. And so that task force should be from your legal team, because they will be the ones who have the best understanding of your key requirements. Once they start evaluating vendors and shortlisting them, you should work on your business case. Calculating a business case for spend management, pretty straightforward, because you have usually immediate savings. And so there are several ways to calculate them. If you want some help, we have a way how to, a guide, a white paper on how to create a business case on our website, but it should also be on your stick here. And once you've been through that, you get to choose the right solution for your team. And I think an important thing there is, don't let the task force that sourced the vendors decide which one is suitable, because they will have become experts by then. So they will know all the systems, they will know all the features, all the bells and whistles, but it's not about it. So the bells and whistles are interesting and features are important, but adoption is the greatest challenge in implementing whatever technology. So it's all about usability and user experience. So don't let the task force decide. Bring as many team members on board as possible. So involve the legal team. Let them look at the solution, take their input seriously, and involve them in the decision-making process. Right. And last but not least, I'll show you a quick video of our solution, which should be the result of the whole process.
In-house team spending too much time receiving.
There's actually tone. Can I have some volume? So you're missing out on the actual sales pitch. Good reason to visit our website. Ah, there it is.
Reviewing and approving invoices from outside counsel. Time that would be better spent on legal work. Are you using spreadsheets to track your legal spend? Are you finding it difficult to know how much you're spending, when, in which areas, and with whom? BusyLamp legal operations software improves legal team efficiency. It allows you to accurately track, manage, and reduce legal spend. With BusyLamp, the law firm submits their invoice directly into the system. They can even submit line items as the work is in progress. No bad surprises when the invoice arrives. BusyLamp automatically processes invoices against your billing rules and guidelines and flags them for approval, rejection, or manual review. The system catches more billing errors than a human reviewer can, which reduces your costs. All your spend data is captured consistently and accurately across the entire company. Dashboards provide visibility of matters and their cost, so you'll know how much you're spending in real time. Status and budget reports can be delivered to your inbox or created in just a few clicks. No more searching multiple sources of on and offline information to compile reports. Automating manual processes saves a huge amount of your team's time. You can now spend on high-value legal work instead of boring, error-prone admin. You can track and analyze costs over time, so you can make data-driven, better decisions to reduce legal spend long-term. BusyLamp Legal Spend Management is used in over 100 countries. It is web browser-based, safe and secure, easy to use, affordable and fast to implement, with minimal internal IT resource needed. The time and cost savings you will achieve generate a quick return on investment. See it for yourself. Request a demo, busylamp.com.
If it makes you feel better, Michael, I've never yet pulled off a successful live demo, and I work at Microsoft, so, you know, it just is how it is.
Good to know. Thank you.
So, well, thank you very much. That actually, I totally agree with what you said in your last slide about the state concept and then getting people really bought into the process. That's, you know, they want a voice, even if it's not fully heard. They want a voice. So thank you. And that actually dovetails us nicely into the next session, legal technology adoption, what's getting in the way. So I'd like to introduce our three panelists for this. We have Mary Kyle, Governance and Standards Advisor for the City of London Corporation, Emma Dirnali, Head of Legal Services and Innovation for the Ministry of Justice, and Sophia Adams-Bhatti, Director of Legal and Regulatory Policy for the Law Society.
Hello, it's lovely to be here today. Before we get started with our panel discussion, legal technology adoption, what's getting in the way, we'll briefly introduce ourselves and tell you a little bit about what our respective organisations are doing in this space. My name's Emma. I'm the Head of Legal Services Innovation at the Ministry of Justice, and I'm happy to be joined by Mary and Sophia. I am newly responsible for leading the department's programme of work to foster innovation in the legal sector and to create an environment for legal technology to grow. This is one of the Ministry of Justice's priorities and part of the broader government strategy to drive business innovation. To that end, the Law Tech Delivery Panel was announced by the Lord Chancellor David Gauke last year, and it was set up to be government-supported but industry-led, and is a forum to bring together experts from across industry as well as leading figures from government and the judiciary. The panel is aiming to provide direction to the legal sector and to, again, foster that environment in which law tech can thrive. There are 6 task forces, and they address various challenges in this space. 2 of those task forces are chaired by General Counsel. The Investment Task Force is chaired by Rosemary Martin, who's the GC at Vodafone, and the Regulation Task Force is chaired by Sonia Branch, GC at Bank of England, as well as Gary Campkin, who's MD at City UK. The remaining 4 task forces focus on ethics, into which Sophia leads the policy contribution, education and skills, commercial dispute resolution, and UK jurisdiction, which is more sort of legal framework, and Mary sits on that task force. It's so encouraging to see the progress that's being made by the various task forces. You may have seen that the UK Jurisdiction Task Force is currently conducting a public consultation into the legal status of crypto assets, distributed ledger technology, and smart legal contracts. Really exciting potential to establish English law to underpin possibly trillions of smart legal contracts going forward. So watch this space there. I think one thing that I think is really important is collaboration and to share information, and that's going to be key to driving innovation in this space. And to that end, the Law Tech Delivery Panel is planning to work closely with the City of London Corporation's new Law Tech Sounding Board. So I'll hand over to Mary to talk to you a little about that.
Thanks, Emma. So as she said, I work at the City of London Corporation, which may seem like a slightly odd entity to be interested in this space, or even more likely, you may not really have heard of us. So by way of background, we're essentially the local government for the square mile. And so a lot of our constituents are legal services and wider financial and professional services, but increasingly are also tech companies. So it's very important that we're aware of what those various businesses are doing in order for us to represent our constituents properly. Also, the Economic Development Office, which I work in, focuses very much on maintaining the City of London's competitiveness on the international stage. And in our view, a huge part of that is ensuring that London and the wider UK maintains its reputation as a global hub for innovation. And so we're really interested in looking at what technology is developing, both in the city and across the UK generally, and how financial and professional services firms in particular can harness that technology for their benefits and sort of push this competitive advantage which the UK has. We've done quite a lot of work in this space more generally previously. We helped set up Innovate Finance as a sort of member association for fintech startups. And we're also responsible for setting up the Green Finance Initiative, which looks at innovation from perhaps a slightly less technological angle, but indeed looking at how to change business practices to fit in with developing expectations of society and business more generally. We're now really turning our focus to legal technology. And again, that's partly because of our traditional links to the legal services network, both through the firms that are situated in the square mile, also through the courts that we're responsible for running, like the Old Bailey and several other of the City of London courts. And we're interested to see how tech can be used within legal services functions, so both the firms and obviously for today's purposes in-house legal functions, to really boost your competitive offering and increase what we can offer as a country when we're looking at this from an international perspective. So with that in mind, we've formed a Law Tech Sounding Board, and that's with a view to bringing together legal firms, in-house counsel, and the tech companies to really look at what they can do working together to both try and improve levels but really importantly also to celebrate what we already have. A huge amount of work that City of London Corporation does is promoting the UK, going on trade missions and such like, and so it's really valuable that we're able to fully understand what we've already done, because there's a huge amount that we should be celebrating and talking about.
Cool. And that leaves me, the person in the middle. So I'm the Director of Policy at the Law Society, and there's a whole bag of my world that you should be interested in, but for the purposes of this conversation, the bit that you're most interested in is the work that we're doing on the future of legal services. And broadly speaking, we've split that world into two big buckets. Bucket number one is the impact on the law itself, so vis-a-vis technology, whether that be the impact on contract law or data ethics and the issues that wrap around that. And an example of the sort of work that we are doing in that space, a year-long commission that is just coming to fruition. We're launching the report on the 4th of June on the impacts of AI and ethics on the criminal justice system. So lots of news coverage recently around the use of facial recognition systems, a test case that was coming through the pipeline and was launched last week. Is just an example of the ways in which predictive analytics, biometric data analysis and so on is being used across the criminal justice system. And interestingly, we think that if you look at the impact of AI through the lens of criminal justice, actually many of the questions that gives rise to are completely transferable to the broader use of AI on the law itself, whether that be our fundamental rights or indeed the infrastructure that sits around the legal framework. Bucket number two is the impact of technology on the practice of law. And here we've recently published, I will do the corporate this, if anyone's not read it. It's the Law Tech Adoption Research. We did a piece of work looking at just what is the rate of adoption of technology across legal services, whether that be in-house, whether it be in private practice, in a B2B setting, or on the high street in the B2C. And really interesting results, which we'll come on to discussing in a little while. But also, in addition to that, we support the MOJ's Law Tech Delivery Panel, looking at practical ways in which we can make both law tech take hold in a way that can map the kind of ambition that we've seen in other sectors, but also support our members, whether you be in-house or in private practice, to really take some control over what that journey looks like, maximise the impact and the benefits available through the use of technology in your everyday work, but also navigate something that we know, an area which we know is incredibly crowded and quite complex. And that, I think, leads us into the topic that we really wanted to talk here about, which is what does that adoption process look like? What are the challenges for you, and what are the sorts of things that we're doing that might help in that?
Absolutely. So we've looked at potential barriers through an in-house lens, and we'll kick off with a question really to you both, but I'll go to you, Sophia, first. Yeah. Which is one of the main barriers to law tech adoption that seems to come up time and time again is the challenge of navigating the various products and solutions that are out there, especially because that seems to change, every week. From your experience, do you have any advice to offer in terms of starting to navigate it? Well, I have empathy and advice. Maybe that's the thing, because it is hard, and it's not just hard for those in house. It's hard for just about anyone who's purchasing at the moment, because there is such a flurry of point-to-point solutions, and many of them, the majority of what we're seeing is real point-to-point solutions. Here's a precise problem. Here's a potential fix and solution for it. Increasingly, there is an acknowledgement of the fact that that very broad market, that very big market of point-to-point solutions isn't going to last particularly long. We anticipate that there will be consolidation in that over the next 2 to 3 years. But increasingly, people are appreciating the fact that what we need is something that looks more like a SaaS solution, off of which things can deliver interoperability and are easier to manage. And you'll see some of those coming. So there's a little bit of empathy. So give it a little bit of time. It will be easier. In the meantime, though, so hints and tips. If I did a straw poll, how many of you would say that you were really very familiar with the basics of legal tech?
Okay, a handful of hands. It's my first piece of advice, which if you're going to navigate this field and try to use the technology that's available, you're going to have to skill up on some of the basics. Now, that doesn't mean to say go on a coding course. You might want to because you really love coding. I come from an era where, you know, I used to own a Commodore 64. Anyone familiar? Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I spent like 3 weeks coding this Commodore 64 and got a syntax error on line 3000 something or other. 4 weeks later, maybe, I was 10. 4 weeks later, I moved a pixelated black and white hot air balloon from the left of the screen to the right of the screen. I think coding was not for me. It was a joy, But you may have that passion or you may not. If you don't, okay? But what you do need is some of the taxonomy, some of the language to engage, so you can at least ask the right questions when people are coming to you with products. So some really easy questions might be, for instance, knowing your outcome. What is it you're seeking to do? And then ask precisely how that piece of technology, that solution, helps you. Other questions that might be relevant. How long does it take to train this system? So if it's an AI machine learning based system, how long are they anticipating it will take to train based on the data that you have, the size of data? If the vendor is not asking you questions about, well, how many data points are you likely to have? What other data can you pull in? How structured is that data? Excuse me. Then likelihood is you're not getting to the right level of detail in terms of the match of that for your particular team. Because actually the truth of it is, at the moment, some of these solutions require quite a bit of heavy lifting investment from you guys on the ground first, before they're going to run and deliver. The snake oil of, here's a thing that you can plug and play and it'll be brilliant. It might work in certain circumstances, but actually there's a huge number of solutions that require some degree of input. And it might be perfectly reasonable, but actually if you don't have that resource capacity in your team to do that, you're unlikely to be able to realise the potential of that particular solution. So 2 pieces of advice, I think. Knowing the questions to ask and getting some basics. Now, if you guys yourselves don't have capacity to get the basic knowledge, there'll be someone in your team who could be point person, someone in your team who could actually either attend these sorts of sessions or any of the events that we're running. So at the Law Society, we run a whole load of events. There's one on the 4th of June, I should say, which is a really great to the use of AI in legal services, so that people become familiar with the kind of language, with the kind of solutions that are available and what they're capable of doing.
And Mary?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I was speaking to someone the other day who told me that they thought this was a bit of a myth, the idea that people need help in finding out what's out there. They said, look, you find out what your problem is and you spend a few hours researching it. What's so difficult? And I thought, okay, I'll agree to disagree on that one.
Not much empathy with that.
No,
person.
exactly.
No.
Because the key thing in my mind, especially for in-house counsel, is time. And it doesn't take a few hours to research something. It takes so much time. And I completely agree with Sophia's point that to help yourselves save as much time as possible, the starting point is to work out what you're trying to solve. And I know it's said time and time again, start with the problem. But there is a huge amount in that. Although I often say when I'm talking to people about this, to even get to that stage, you do have to have that basic understanding technology is out there, because otherwise you didn't realise you had a problem that could be solved. And we're preaching somewhat to the converted because you are here today, but going to events like this is what's going to be really helpful. Also, something that was said earlier, or was sort of referred to earlier, speak to your external advisors. They can often hold the key to what you're looking to solve. And I think that's often a very untapped resource.
I think building on that point, Mary, I mean, big law firms have the advantage of having a lot of capability in-house with innovation teams and hubs and labs and in some cases incubators. And as you say, that represents an untapped
absolutely.
resource.
And I think it was James from TLT earlier was saying we want to share our with our clients. And you know, it's just being as bold as saying, look, external law firm, what are you doing in this area? What have you been looking at recently? What's helping you? And it doesn't necessarily have to be one of these big law firms that has an incubator or a specific hub. Most law firms are looking at this in some way or another. And actually, if you ask them to share their ideas, they're very unlikely to say, oh no, sorry, we're keeping that to ourselves and we're not going to tell you about it. It's also important to remember that a lot of these firms are developing their own solutions. And so it's not even a case of going to the law firms to find out what's out there, because the law firm might have developed it itself. And actually by asking your external advisors, and I should say it's not just the law firms now, is it? It's the consultants, it's the KPMGs, EYs, they're all doing this. And actually by raising your queries or your interest in learning with these entities, they might be able to not only help you upskill, but your problem directly.
And I think that's really important, because actually, particularly if you think about some of those that are investing either in the incubators, or we are party to the Barclays lab over in Notting Hill. The reason we started that was because we wanted to be able to bring real use cases to those who are developing the solutions, and actually being able to tap into those. All of those incubators are hungry to hear real life use cases of pain points. They don't want to sit around in an incubator creating a solution to a problem that doesn't exist, that does not sell, that's not going to it's not going to earn them a wage. They might, they're not even interested in the experimental thought processes. They want something that works. And so actually being able to tap into those, and I know, many of those who are leading those incubators were really open to having sessions where you can, together as an in-house community, talk about the sort of pain point and bring that to those who are developing those sorts of solutions.
And the other thing I'd add as well is that a lot of the tech companies are doing these sessions as well. So you're almost in the sweet spot where you can get it from both ends. You've got the law firms who are doing things and the tech companies. And even if the tech company events, you think, oh, well, I'm going to go and hear about one tech company, so what's the point? Actually, if you spend the time talking to the other in-house counsel around the table and sharing your ideas, that can be 1 or 2 hours really well spent, as opposed to sort of sitting there scrolling through Google trying to find out what's going on.
Yeah, absolutely. I was interested from a recent discussion I had with Barclays that actually innovation is one of their core requirements when they're looking at panel firms now. So they've actually sort of embedded that in their procurement process, which I think is a sign of how important that is to that particular client. Are there any initiatives you think worth sharing with the in-house audience that would help them get up to speed as quickly as possible and to connect with as many like-minded people as possible?
I wonder how many here have actually been to any of the incubators that are up and running, either Fuse or Barclays Labs? There's one hand, 2, 3, 4. So okay, so I would say that's cheating. There's someone who's actually at an incubator. So I would say there's a reach out, and I'm pretty sure, certainly I could speak for the Barclays lab, we'd be really keen to have a conversation bringing together people to think about how we can share both insights and knowledge. We're running a national roadshow that will be kicking off later this year, which is designed to take the knowledge we have about what's happening in law tech out to people outside of London. We do a lot in London. I'm conscious of the fact that many of our members, in-house or otherwise, are widely spread geographically across the country, and we'll be taking that out. So if you and your teams are based more regionally, then do let me know, because we can share dates on that.
There's also lots of groups as well who are particularly interested in this. So you've got the Legal IT Innovation Group, you've got the Corporate Legal Operations Consortium and International Legal Technology Association. And I know you don't have the time or probably the inclination to fill your calendar with event after event after event, but actually signing up to the newsletters that these groups offer and such like is a really good way of keeping on top of what's going on.
Yeah. Great. And I think to move on now to, I think, more opportunities to engage, but this time with the tech community. Obviously, we've got brilliant events like today's event, forums like the Law Tech Delivery Panel, the new Law Tech Sounding Board, Law Scop Tech, up in Scotland, funnily enough, Barclays Legal Labs. So obviously the sector is starting and has made great strides in joining the dots between legal service providers, tech companies, academics and other interested parties. But I think, whilst collaboration is key, there can be more done in this space. And Sophia, I'm conscious that the Law Tech Adoption Research identified that while a large portion of legal work is taking place outside of law firms, law tech hasn't yet engaged with in-house professionals in quite as effective a way, and certainly not in a way with law firms. Could you explain a bit more about that finding?
So I might contextualise it a little bit to make you all feel a little bit better, which is across the piece, the fundamental finding that we concluded in our research was actually this entire sector is incredibly nascent. It's very experimental and very embryonic. So even when we talk about the activities in law firms, still very small in comparison to mainstream practice. So it's not like they're leagues ahead or anything like that. I think the issue that we have is that unlike the private firms who can ring fence a team and give it a chunk of cash and say, right, go off and become the innovation hub for our practice, that is much harder to achieve in an in-house setting. It's a cost centre, and the business is asking for those costs to come down rather than to go up. And that I can appreciate is a really difficult conversation to have, which is why the business case matters so much. Being able to convince those that are the budget holders that there is an investment worth making here. And that's why actually coming back to the point that Mary made earlier, which is actually knowing what outcomes you're seeking to achieve really matters. So for instance, basic use of document review, actually that might require a bit of an upfront investment in bringing in that software solution, but the time saved, you guys all know this, is incredibly efficiency driving. And that kind of bottom line really matters to those who are holding the purse strings. And I think actually understanding the business case solutions, the business case and the solutions that help deliver that would make a real difference. That said, there's some real pockets of where actually in-house is ahead of the game in than in other practice areas. So things like transparency and analysis, for the very same reason I described, it delivers a better balanced scorecard result. I described very clearly to the management team where your resources are going. Document review, RPA, these are all areas where actually in-house are progressing. Now, one of the issues might be around data. So if you're a small in-house team, actually being able to utilise some of these solutions requires a considerable amount of data to start with. Now, actually, a small in-house team may not necessarily have that large a data set off of which to work, and so you can see how actually in a private firm that might be more fertile ground. That said, interestingly, if I look around at all of those who are developing solutions, they are mainly aiming to try to sell to the in-house community. Because actually that's where the client buying power sits. You sit at the nexus of being able to deliver real change in the sector, and the private firms know that. And so actually you can affect efficiencies in your own work by simply applying that pressure in the right sort of way to your firms, to your panel firms, to get them to respond in the same way as I mean, you described Barclays using innovation as a real steer, can really help.
Yeah, I think there's a huge amount or weight of expectation placed, I'm afraid, on in-house. Because when people say, oh, when is the legal sector what's going to make it get going here? Why is it slow? Why isn't it moving forward in the way that perhaps the finance sector did when fintech sort of popped up? And everyone says, oh, well, it's going to be client-led, and that's you. But actually, you're under the most pressure a lot of the time in terms of, as we've already mentioned, your time and the amount of money you have to spend on this. And so the opportunities, again, it comes back slightly to this upskilling point about knowing what's out there. And I think having the opportunity to meet with tech companies and find out what's going on is really important. And that has been quite a big driver for the Law Tech Sounding Board that we've set up. We're so pleased with all the work that's being already done by the Law Society and the Ministry of Justice, and we're being delighted to be involved with that, but we're really keen to bring perhaps a sort of bit of a business community together to explore some of the areas that are proving particularly challenging. And to us, there are three key components to it. There are the legal firms, the in-house counsel, and the tech companies. And unless we get all three of those groups talking to each other, then everything's going to remain very slow. And we're lucky enough to, as I say, have been involved with both of your groups and to traditionally had a very good link into central government, so we can provide that bridge as well to try and make sure that we're all fostering the right environment. It's really important that as changes are coming both at a regulatory and and policy level, that business is involved in that and not just sort of having it imposed upon it. It's really important that you get the chance to shape how things are changing, because then that's going to make all the progress that should be happening and will be happening much more effective.
One of the other findings in the law tech adoption research was to do with the hype expectation gap issues. So the finding was that the hype associated with some law tech solutions has created an expectation gap between what law firms perceive can be delivered by the technologies and the reality of training and deploying the solutions for live client work. What do you think the in-house community can do to help close that gap?
So I'm going to say something quite controversial, which is I don't think that expectation gap was necessarily such a bad thing. Why? Because actually I think it's brought it to a head. It's brought this debate to the table. People are now asking questions like, well, can AI do that? Why aren't you already doing this? And then you have to manage the expectation and say, well, actually, this isn't quite capable of doing that yet. But at least it's brought it up the radar of those who are making those decisions. And now we've got a goal. We've got somewhere to aim for. And I don't think that's unhelpful in basic sort of incentive structures. That said, there is obviously a mismatch between current capability and the expectations. And I think this is where it matters to be able to explain, and back to my point about understanding the basics, of being able to at least explain what the current trajectory of travel looks like, what current capability looks and feels like, and what efficiency gains that delivers. Because at least that, the danger of the expectation gap is that because we're unable to deliver absolutely everything, that it delegitimizes even the gains that can be made. It undermines the very message that the technologies deployed in legal services could deliver a better outcome for us all. And I think actually being able to explain even where there are small gains, let alone the significant gains that can be made, really helps in being able to bridge that understanding. And actually, this is where some of the basic knowledge does play out. So being able to describe the difference between the expert systems of the 70s through to the unsupervised learning of AI now, for instance, if you're talking about that. But I would say that, to the point that if we had time, we'll go on to, which is innovation is more than just the technology overlay, right? So it's about being able to describe how this is all part of a broader approach to reimagining the legal services dimension.
Yeah, absolutely. Innovation isn't a proxy for technology, even though they're conflated often.
Precisely.
Exactly. I'm conscious of time. We've probably got a minute or two for questions. No, we don't.
We've got a time outside.
It's over. 1 minute if there's any questions. Perfect.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. What you said resonated. I think your controversial statement was spot on. I think it had to be a force to a head, and I do think that helps drive us forward. So really great information. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So next, actually, this dovetails us into our next subject very nicely. Where do I begin? And scoping your legal team's requirements and the tech and non-tech solutions to choose from. So I want to introduce Benjamin White, founder and lawyer at Crafty Counsel. Where? Is he here? Oh, there he is. Okay, great. You had me nervous there for a second. I cannot entertain for 10 minutes.
I am here, but
Yes.
I am here.
Yes.
I think the schedule says that we've got a break.
Yes, yeah, I think we do.
Oh, we do have a break right now.
Which is of critical importance because I'm meeting my fellow panelists.
Oh, okay. I'm not awake anymore. We do have a coffee and tea break, so we will reconvene at 5:30, and I will reintroduce Ben. Sorry, thank you.
Great to meet you.
Wow.
Okay. Okay, great. Well, let's go ahead and get started. I'll try this again. Let me introduce Benjamin White, founder and lawyer of Crafty Counsel. He will introduce his panel as well, and they're here to talk to us about where do I begin scoping your legal technical requirements and understanding tech and non-tech solutions. So with that, I will turn it over to Benjamin.
Make it a round table.
Hi, guys.
ICICI Bank UK. It's a wholly owned banking subsidiary of India's largest private sector bank, ICICI Bank Limited. And I'm really interested to talk about this topic. The only thing is, if I start, you might well say, when is she going to shut up? So that is just the beginning.
And I'm chairing the session, so I get to be the one who tries to keep previous time. And I get the virtue of not having to come up with scintillating ideas myself, but asking you guys to come up with scintillating ideas. So we think that we're just talking about this outside, and we thought that we might subtitle this session the Down to Earth session, because we're conscious that there's been a lot of chat about, understandably, AI, machine learning, all the potential of legal tech today, justly. But that's not necessarily where a lot of in-house teams actually are. And so we want to spend a bit of time talking about how some in-house teams, the sort of challenges that they're facing, and the scrappiness that they have to show, and some of the opportunities that there are, and some of the methods that they are to be a little bit opportunistic. By way of giving an example of this, when we had a kickoff call for this recently, and I said, perhaps optimistically, okay guys, I'll take the follow-up, I'll just put together a quick Google Doc, and I'll send it around you guys. We can use that to manage the process. So Preeti, what happened next after I sent the Google Doc around?
Google Docs was blocked by my internal systems. I cannot access Google Docs. So Ben sent an entire invite. He sent the documents and he said, hey Preeti, let's access Google Docs. I clicked on the link. I got ICICI Bank denied access. Policy does not allow you to access Google Docs. So I spent at least the whole morning running around with my IT team. They told me I need to take 4 levels of approvals before I would get Google Docs. So I gave Ben my private email ID, and this is how we managed to connect. I think it's just an example of how information security is so critical in the banking industry, or maybe in all of our industries. And certain things that you take for granted, YouTube, LinkedIn, going on an employment site, Google Docs, don't work in banks, at least not where I work.
Yeah, and I think it's such a nice example because it illustrates how, on the one hand, there's a conversation happening about the potential for legal tech to really transform what legal teams do. And then, on the other hand, you have the lived experience of a lot of in-house lawyers. ICICI is not exactly a small bank necessarily. So it's a good indication that we can talk about AI and some of the sort of highfalutin things we want to do, but there's a sort of day-to-day challenge that we all kind of have to get through. So guys, we're going to kick off with talking a bit around sort of why change. So in-house teams trying to figure out what precisely is the problem, and once we work that out, do we want to address that with tech or some other thing? Do you want to kick us off on this one, around this point, around sort of scoping the need?
Yeah, I think scoping is really important. One is I work with a very small team, but I have many business teams. And I very often realize that we never really have the conversation, or we've never really mapped out what is it that we think we're trying to achieve and how we're going to actually achieve it. So unless I understand the problem, I don't really have the solution to it. And I might assume that this solution is the right fix for your problem. But unless I've had that conversation with you and try to understand what is stopping your work from being efficient or your workflow from progressing smoothly, I'm not really addressing your problem. So scoping becomes really, really important. And then you can really find solutions that work. It needn't be tech. It can be just off-the-shelf, simple plugins of your processes, systems that just give you the results you want. I would say don't assume that the business team knows what you're looking for when you're scoping. Have that discussion, have that conversation, and then find the right solution.
Electra, what about you? When you're dealing with some of your sort of in-house team clients, how do you help them to actually scope and figure out what the challenges are that they actually want to potentially go and do something about?
Yeah, so firstly, I think some people might be wondering why I'm here, because I'm not an in-house lawyer, but I have been an in-house lawyer. I was one for 10 years, and the reason I started the Law Boutique was because I saw the lack of legal support that was available to startups, so I decided to start a law firm that effectively behaved like an in-house lawyer, so I consider myself to be an in-house lawyer. And when I support the startups as their in-house lawyer or in-house teams with their overspill, the first thing that we look at isn't, contracts and I'll review them. It's what are your problems? What are your areas that create inefficiency? And with some really simple off-the-shelf solutions, you can create loads of efficiency. We actually created a contract management system, which I think costs the company £7.50 a month to pay for this integration tool. And that was it, and that helped them to increase their contract turnaround period by 30%. So then that brings us to the second point. What outcomes do you want to see? Think about what do you want to achieve rather than I just want things to be better. And I think that's a conversation that we don't always have.
Okay, I want to come back to this point around tools that we may already have. But before we push that one further, Preeti, when you touched on this thing around building a business case. So maybe could you expand a bit more on that? So if you're sitting in ICICI and you are finding that your legal team has some particular headache, sort of like what happens next? And have you got any advice for other in-house counsel on how they sort of build buy-in, get buy-in internally from budget holders, IT, etc.?
No, that's a really good question, but it really is important what that headache really is about, because if it is something extremely complex, which would require a lot of investment and might necessarily involve a tech solution, it's not a given that I will get that solution upfront. I would have to make a business case to my CFO or to my senior members of the board that this will need to come out of my operational budget. I will have to do a cost-benefit analysis. I have to do financial projections, and I'll have to answer some tough questions as to how this technology or the solution is going to make the life of my business teams better, and what am I seeking to achieve out of it. They're going to ask some very hardcore questions, literally like a dragon's den, as to what is. It's very easy to invest into technology, but as a bank, if it doesn't work, I am sure in any industry, to roll it back is going to be a massive admin burden. And leave aside the loss of face as to why did you first propose technology when you had 5 people sitting there who could have easily done this job manually. So always understand what the solution is and then try to plug it. There are certain, I think, activities that are really apt for technology. For instance, reg reporting, discovery and due diligence, e-billing. These are admin tools, but these are things that people understand and can work around. But if I try to sell artificial intelligence and, say, predictive technologies or algorithms, unless I have understood it, nobody else in my organization will buy into it or use it. So try and keep things simple. And very often the solution needn't be tech. It can be non-tech, but understand your processes, optimize it, and then bring tech in as something that you can layer on and can add additional value. But I wouldn't like to assume that tech is a solution and the panacea for all problems in the world.
Yeah. And when and if you have a proposal that involves tech, do you find that you get the question put back to you, either why can't you use this other system that another team is using, or why can't our IT team make something for you? Why not just?
So we did that very recently. We actually used bots which service our customer queries. We translated that into an iLegal bot where we inputted key legal words and queries, and then the answers would pop up in very simple plain English for our business teams. That's one way to plug it. Taking external service providers' technology doesn't always work within highly complex systems like banks because they tend to be fragmented and proprietary. You need something that covers the entire point of sale solutions in a contract cycle within a bank. And that's why I'm saying I think I would find it easier to rely on in-house technology and talk to my tech teams and IT teams to develop the software who can then update and maintain it, rather than rely on something externally which doesn't ultimately fit into my own complex operational system.
Okay. And before we move on from this point, is there anything that you guys recommend in terms of how you practically go around the process of figuring out what the biggest pain points are? For example, do you spend time talking within the company's legal team? Do you go outside speaking to internal clients? What do you guys find works in terms of actually figuring out what the pain really is?
I think it's a bit of both. I think it's trying to understand your client, so in this instance, your business owners, understanding what they want from you, getting some feedback, and then measuring. So I think there was a good tip earlier, just measure how long you take to review NDAs versus negotiating a complex agreement. It could be the same amount of time, so what's the value add? Yeah.
So I completely agree with Electra on that point. I mean, measurables, try and understand what is the problem you're trying to fix. And you can automate certain high frequency, low volume tasks or work that is repetitive and iterative, such as reviewing NDAs or derivative documents or the like. But for the others, it might not all, I mean, your use might be a little bit more restricted.
Okay. All right, so let's talk a bit about this point on making the best use of the stuff that you already have. You know, I hear quite a lot from in-house teams, and certainly I reflect back on my own time in-house and in private practice before that actually lots of organizations already have access to lots of tech, either that they've licensed in or that they could use for free or at a very low cost. But perhaps they don't understand the potential of what they've already got. Electra, I think this is sort of right in your wheelhouse. Can you tell us a little bit about making best use of those sources?
Yeah, so we recently discovered a tool called Curly, and it's a Microsoft tool. And you basically fill in a form, you put some square brackets around some words, you fill in a form, and it auto-populates your document, and it's free. We were like, oh my God, we just nearly spent thousands to get this. How did that happen? So it's things like that are available for free that you could start using, and just Google it, I think. Google free document automation tools. So that goes back to my first point. Try to understand where your points of failure are, and then try to plug those issues rather than saying, you know, let's have an overhaul, which is quite generic and sounds really expensive. So Trello is another one. Trello is a project management tool. It's being used by lots of tech companies. We behave like a tech company, even though we're a law firm. So, and the reason is because our clients are startups, so we need to kind of plug into the way that they work. So Trello is the project management tool that's really easy to use. Slack, can't live without it now, didn't know what it was 2 years ago. So I think that implementing a startup mentality is actually quite a healthy way of looking at it. And unfortunately, I wrote something down earlier, a startup mentality is synonymous with being comfortable with failure, and the exact opposite of being a lawyer, because when you're a lawyer, you're not comfortable with failure, which is why sometimes we fail to take risks that would bring us a good outcome in terms of the way that we operate.
Just one point, I'm imagining if I can't get Google Docs, all the rest of this is going to be a big hurdle.
Yeah.
Because, and on a very serious note, much of these solutions are cloud-based. And given the industry in which you are, which is information security and confidentiality, and being able to ensure your data is encrypted and protected, I'm not disputing that cloud is where the industry is headed and where everything is, but we just need to be cognizant that it could be a barrier and a challenge to entry, and it's something that we as banks quite seriously consider. So,
but actually, you touched on an interesting point, which is that, you know, quite often in-house legal, like, we all just get lumped together, but we're by definition across every different sector.
Yes.
And the ability of what the in-house team in a bank can do in terms of using some of systems like Trello, other SaaS-based platforms, as compared to, say, sole counsel or small legal team in a startup or high-growth company, that seems to me that's pretty different.
Yes.
And perhaps the culture and the emphasis the organisation places on security versus nimbleness and speed. Yes, I guess for in-house teams it's about sort of kind of figuring out, like, know yourself first and like what you and your organisation can do.
Yes, I think it's important because today as a bank, I know my customers can just log in and see all their products and transactions on one platform, and my endeavor really would be to offer a similar interface to my business users where they can see all the documentation suite in one place and they can easily execute it, and it's self-serving. But I think that is the ideal of a digital lawyer, and I'm still an enthusiast in this entire process. So there is a long journey ahead. So
actually, on that, like, how do you have a sense of how you can get there, Preeti, from like where you are?
I have moved from being a complete denier that I need to just do manual work to being extremely enthusiastic. And I think the next stage is integrating, talking to a lot of suppliers who are there in this room, in terms of legal and tech suppliers, using the advanced chatbots. We made a small incremental step towards the iLegal bot, but we need to do far more. But if you'd ask me, do I use AI and predictive technologies? and algorithms, I would say the uptake is very low on that front, and that's where I would hope to go towards.
And what about like self-service? You mentioned that, and that's a sort of a bit of a buzzword in some
is a
in-house legal
buzzword.
circles.
I think it's more aspirational rather than actually happening, because we do talk about blockchain technology when we are doing debt issuances or smart self-executing contracts, but as you rightly pointed out, these are buzzwords. People very often don't understand what they mean or what they would mean in terms of enforcement if a deal goes bad and you have to actually roll it all back. So unless somebody explains it to me in very plain English, it's not something that I'm going to pick up tomorrow and run with if I have a big debt issuance or a capital IPO to work on. So.
And in terms of the sort of your business team engaging with the legal team, do you use like any sort of tech there? So like, the chatbots and I've heard examples of people using Slack functionality to make sure like the request gets directed to the right place. Like,
it's going to be just emails, and it's going to be pick up the phone and speak to us, because we are not at that stage, as I said, where we would use external providers. We have a lot of in-house solutions which we can use to talk to teams that sit across the world. We're based in 17 jurisdictions, and I support a team and supervise teams that work in the US and Europe and in the Middle East. So we work on in-house solutions, but they are not as advanced as the ones that you.
But actually, on that point, perhaps for lawyers who are sitting in larger organisations, maybe the lesson there is understand what those in-house solutions are. So, like, do you, if you're a lawyer in a bank, do you know what sort of tools the bank already has at its disposal?
Yes, we do. We do know, because we are in constant discussion and dialogue with our legal teams across the world, and we in-house have a team of around 300 lawyers. So we do understand what is the new tech that is on the horizon, and we do have these discussions around digitization and decongesting work for the business teams so that they can just resolve their problems in a more efficient manner. But uptake is slow. There is a lot of discussions, there's a lot of presentations, but I think ultimately you need to get people to understand what is it that you're trying to achieve, and how are you going to achieve those economies of scale and workflow efficiencies before you say, oh, I need lawyers in my system and I just can move ahead with tech. Because as you pointed out, and I'll just quickly say, it's also a cultural and change management issue. If people feel that they're going to be replaced and they're not going to add value to the existing rules, there might not often be a buy-in to adopt that technology as well.
So actually, that brings us nicely on to the next point. So if you've got to the stage with an in-house team that you have made a change, be that one that's rooted in some deployment of tech or some other non-tech change, how do you maximize the chances of that actually bedding in, being accepted, and people really embracing the new way of working, as opposed to 3 months' time you turn around and everyone's just sort of doing what they did in the past?
Monitor it, and I think continuously educate and train the teams. I think end of the day, the systems are like human beings. You need to continuously, it's going to learn on your systems, it's going to learn with the knowledge that you input into it, but it also needs to be updated and maintained. I don't want to do the mistake of adopting a technology, leaving it there, or adopting a solution and not updating it and making aware of what the external environment is like. I think the key message needs to be drilled down in simple terms to whoever is your counterpart, whether it's the business teams in-house or external, as to what is the value it's creating, how simple is it to use, and hey, if it doesn't work, you can always pick up the phone to a human on the other end and speak to us. You need to have that comfort that I have not delegated you to a robot or a tech provider to provide an answer, but I'm there to support you and to solve your problem if you're not able to understand it. So awareness education, I think, is really key.
Okay. So awareness and education and training. Electra?
I think so. I've worked on many change programs in the past. I think it's just like any change program. You need to continue to ensure that it's implemented. We've done it as well. We buy a technology and then we just leave it there, because the effort of learning how to use it effectively is requires more time than we actually have, because we've got a backlog, we've got clients, we've got stuff to do. So I think just making sure that you're giving it the credit that it deserves, i.e. have the resource available to you to ensure that this technology that you're implementing that's going to solve all your problems is actually going to be implemented. Because you've got someone to pick up the phone, ask them questions, but also you've got people that are ensuring that if it's not implemented, that it's being noticed.
Interesting. Something people say to me, don't try and do too many things at the same time. So avoid the sort of paralysis problem. Like choose a small change, get that working really well, get success, get buy-in, and that will help you to do the next thing.
Yeah, and I think Daniel from Lexi was saying earlier about the MVP approach, and I think that's really relevant to any change that you make. To your point, if you want to make a change, what's the minimum viable change that will make an impact, and then deliver that, and then start building around that. And also, whilst you've delivered that MVP, you've now proven the point to other people that there is an outcome from that. So if they do that, they will get results. So, yeah.
Great. So we had a bullet when we did our preparation call on talking about how to find out about new tech, but actually you want to find out about new tech, you should just go and talk to all the guys outside. There's tons of people who'd love to tell you about their technology products. So that's sort of it for the kind of prepared session, as it were. Have we got time for any questions? Got 50 minutes, amazing. Well, no one ever complained about a session just before 6 o'clock finishing early. But do you guys have any questions for Electra and Preeti? We covered everything. Okay.
Great, thank you guys very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great, so yes, we are 15 minutes ahead of schedule. So last and certainly not least, I'd like to introduce Dan Kane again, General Counsel of Network Rail, and he's going to come talk to us about the O-shaped lawyer. Once he gets mic'd up, we're 15 minutes ahead of schedule. Yes, there you go. All right.
Right. Hi. Thank you for surviving till the end. So I'm your last session. So let's try and make it one that I am engaging with you as much as possible. You might find I'm a walker, which is all right, I think. So it doesn't mean I'm looking for anyone, picking anyone. I just want to walk and talk. I find that easier. So the O-shaped lawyer. Let me just say, first of all, my name is Dan Kane. I am married and I've got 2 children, Oliver, who's 5, and Neve, who's 18 months. Now, why am I telling you that? Because in my world, people come first and the lawyers follow, okay? So far, in my existence as a lawyer, it's always been job first and then people second. And it's high time that we change that approach. So, Oliver and Neve, my family, my wife, to me, people first, lawyer second. And I'm going to explain a bit more as I go through. Let's just look at the current context within the in-house market. Over the last 15 years, we've seen the in-house community grow quite significantly. In-house teams are becoming far more sophisticated. The skills gap between external and internal law is, I think, getting narrower. The cost is probably getting bigger, and we're going to see this increase happening over the next 10 years. And we might get to the stage in the next 10 years or so where we end up with 35% of lawyers being in-house. Is my walking around causing problems with the microphone, by the way? Is it all right? You'd rather... Okay, I'll stand. This is going to make it much more difficult. Is that better? So, the market is shifting, and the question really is, as we train and develop lawyers, are we still supporting the lawyers with the right tools and resources to enable them to be brilliant? Now, I'm not just talking here about all the wonderful tools we've seen in terms of technology, processes and everything that goes with that. That's absolutely essential. What I'm talking about is, are we building the lawyer, the individual of the future? And I would argue very strongly that we're not. So I looked at, I obviously spend my spare time really wisely, I looked at law school at BPP, University of Law, and I looked at their syllabus the other day, and it's exactly the same as it was 20 years ago when I did it. I'm a big fan of academics, but wills and probate didn't help me in my current career, and I'm sure many people who go through that still think that that's not the career path that they wish to take. And yet we're talking about these massive changes in the legal industry, and yet we're still training lawyers in exactly the same way we always have done. And we wonder why the legal world often gets criticised for being very slow in taking up all of these fantastic technologies that are around. The answer is pretty simple in my view. We are training and developing lawyers in exactly the same way. And what do you get when you do things time and time again and expect something different? Isn't that a definition of insanity? Okay, so what we're doing is we're creating the same type of people, and that type of person isn't as susceptible to change that is necessary to start building lawyers of the future. So let me just tell you why I think there's a problem. At the moment, we see a lot of in-house a little bit separated from the business. Many people will tell you actually that's not true, we're really embedded. But what I say is actually if you're going to be the trusted advisor that everyone here, and no doubt those who have already gone, want to be, is essential for them to have trust with the business, of course, if they're the trusted advisor. Yet what happens is, of course, we go to the business and say, we're your trusted advisor, so trust us, because we're going to be your best mates, your business partners, and we're going to be really embedded with you. And then what do? We say, but if you step out of line, we're going to shop you, okay? So that's our job. Yes, we're the business, but we're still independent because we're really proud of the fact that we're independent lawyers and our duty is to the court. And we wonder why we don't necessarily have this real trust with the business. I'm not suggesting we're not and don't have a role where it comes to ethics, absolutely we do, but we are not going to build the relationships necessary with our customer base if we continue to have these two separate approaches. Are we going to be business partners of an equal footing, or are we always going to have in our back pocket this trump card of we'll shop you up if we need to? We need to change the way in which we work with our colleagues. Now, I know that everyone wants to move to this world where we are all part of the business, we're embedded, we're true partners, but unfortunately we still have this problem, which is trust, okay? So trust remains part of the issue when it comes to lawyers. And it's not just me saying this. If you look at a Law Society study of a few thousand people, I don't know if our representative of the Law Society is still here, maybe just as well. That study said that 45% of people don't trust their lawyers, okay? 45% who don't trust lawyers. Now, that number goes to 50% of people who actually use lawyers, okay? So 50% of people who actually use lawyers don't trust their lawyers. Now, that tells me when we're talking about trying to become business partners, and yet we have this perception that they aren't necessarily the easiest people to do business with. We're technically risk-averse, people like to say. We are always blockers. Whether that's true or not, that's what we carry with us. And we need to start breaking that down. Now, it's not just me that says this. I picked up this interesting analysis done from a university in the States, which started to look at a number of professions, and it mapped them against competence and warmth, so trust, if you like. And so one axis is trust, warmth, the other is competence. And as you'd expect, when you're looking at the professions like the legal profession, we're very high on competence. And the question you'll see is, well, where do we end up on trust? Well, you'll see, we end up in the warmth at the very bottom, pretty much. But you'll be delighted to know we're not absolutely bottom, because the oldest profession of them all is actually bottom. So if you see in the bottom left there, we aren't, fortunately, the most mistrusted group of people around. But what it does tell you actually is an important message. Yes, our technical competence is absolutely not in doubt. That's why we've gone through law school. That's why we've been trained. That's why we've become technical experts. But this idea of trust in the profession is one that I think we get wholly wrong. And that's not because we're bad people. It's not because we're not trustworthy people. We've just not managed to break down the perception that we are risk averse, that we are slow, that we are blockers. And that's all it is, a perception. So what am I saying here? I'm saying at the moment we're training lawyers like we always have done, and yet we're complaining that perhaps we're considered to be not a diverse group of people in the legal profession. I'm saying that we're trained in a very technical way and that we operate in a very technical way. And I'm saying that that's not a good and healthy way to move forward. So all this proposition is very nice, and it's nice for me to be able to say this to you, but what does it really mean? So I asked our customers, what do you want? It's quite important that we ask the people we serve in the business what they want. And none of that list will probably surprise you, that we should be more focused on them, we should be more visible to them, we should have a greater understanding of the business. That, I think, is all pretty clear. As is that we should talk in plain and simple language. And I often think it's a bit unfair when lawyers are told that we always use 3 words where 1 will do. But there you go, I think it's unfair, and it's unjust, and it's unreasonable. But the point I'm trying to make here is we have this kind of perception about us, and I think it's wrong. I think it's probably based on simply the way in which we have developed through the times in a very technical way without the trust. So what am I suggesting? So this idea of people first, lawyers second. What else does it mean, Dan? Because lots of people say, well, I've become a lawyer because I'm passionate about the law, and that's really what I do. So I don't want to be putting my profession second. That's the heart of what I am. What I'm saying to you now, I think, is that that can only take you so far. If we're looking to make a shift in the way that the legal industry works, and many people that we've heard of today and seen outside absolutely are in that space, then I think things need to change. So I talk about this concept of the I-shaped lawyer. People will be recognising, no doubt, the idea of a very technical, deep technical expertise. And as people have started to think about the legal industry, they've recognised that being technical experts just isn't simply enough. So we developed this brilliant thing called the T-shaped lawyer. Are people familiar with the concept of the T-shaped lawyer? So the T-shaped lawyer is this wonderful lawyer who no doubt rips off his costume to reveal this cape, and is someone that can talk to other people across boundaries. So has not just got technical expertise, they've also got the ability to talk to stakeholders in parts of their organisation. And they're experts who come together and produce a completely different approach. So I looked at this T-shaped lawyer, and I kind of got a bit frustrated with it. And I talked to my GC, the group GC. We were looking to hire people, and this idea of the T-shaped lawyer came up. And I said, the T-shaped lawyer just simply doesn't do it for me. What we need to get when we're hiring people now are people who, yes, they have the depth and they have the breadth. We need far more all-rounded people. And so out of that conversation was born the O-shape, because we want people who are more rounded than just the ability to have technical expertise and to have this breadth. We want people who have far more. So what do I mean by this O-shaped lawyer, this more all-rounded lawyer? Well, I think you've got the breadth, you've got the depth, but you've also got people who are open. So lawyers aren't really known for being open. And when I say open, I mean open of how they feel, open in terms of their ability to embrace change, to new ideas, to be able to work differently. O-shaped lawyers do something that I think lawyers rarely do, which is express their feelings. They are open about how their day is. They are open about understanding what others think. The work isn't the priority at that point for the O-shaped lawyer. They are open heart, open mind. I've seen a phrase used about people who are successful. So these people, you might get, there's a little bit of a link here with the O's. These people are opportunists. So lawyers who see an opportunity and then seize the opportunity. I can bet you that all of us in this room have had opportunities presented to them. But I can bet you that people who are far more forward-thinking in the O-shape would create far more opportunities. There's nothing more frustrating than people in my team, other people say, why does that person always get the opportunity? Why do I never get that opportunity? And the answer, I think, is quite simple. I think you make your own opportunities. And the O-shaped lawyer will be out there seeing those opportunities and taking them, creating them and taking them. The O-shaped lawyer is original of thought. They're thinkers, they're creative, they're able to come up with new ideas. They don't just play by the book. And yes, we know it's important that there are rules, and lawyers are there to be able to ensure that we're compliant with rules. But there are other ways of being able to work, and the O-shaped lawyers recognise that there is ability not to bend the rules, but to be able to find solutions. They're creative, and they take decisions based on their thinking. One of the things our customers said was, we want to help you to help us make decisions, not just simply say, there's the legal advice, and step back and wait for them to make the decision. O-shaped lawyers will be original in that way, and they will help the business make decisions. And finally, most importantly, the O-shaped lawyer is optimistic. People who are positive give off positive vibes to others around them. There is nothing more depressing, is there, than going to a workplace where people aren't at least having a happy conversation. There's an old story about a group of people who waited for their boss to come in every morning, and they would have a sign up and they would be ready to put a tick or a cross on that sign as their boss walked in. And if the boss was happy, they'd put a tick and they'd know they'd have a good day. And if their boss was unhappy, then they'd put a cross and know they're in for a pretty rough day. And as leaders, surely it should be our responsibility to exude that positivity. No matter what's going on in your life, we need to be able to demonstrate to people that having that kind of optimistic approach in life, the glass half full, will have a huge impact on others. How we react, how we work, has a big impact on people around us. And we have to recognise that if we want a true difference, our behaviours, our approaches make a difference. So, the O-shaped lawyer, I've talked about the need for the O-shaped lawyer to be very open, and that means that we're talking about EQ. Now, EQ does get much more press, I think, these days, even within the legal world, than it ever did. But if you look at this O-shaped lawyer, I've got an executive coach quite recently, and she said to me, it's quite interesting, this O-shaped lawyer, because I've got this model, which is this, and she says IQ and personality at the top. They're things that you're born with. You're born whether you've got the IQ. We know lawyers have got IQ very high, so we're intelligent people, and the personality you're born with, that's just what you've got. Hopefully it's good. If not, that's a shame. But the bottom two, they are things that you can learn, okay? Technically, we're good at that. We learn. We've got high IQ. We learn technically very quickly. EQ is something that can be learned from a much earlier age than perhaps people give thought to. It's not just about having the ability to manage people. We can learn EQ, so this coach tells me, from 21 up. So pretty much what we're looking at is this age when you go to law school, when we're saying you're learning in exactly the same way you've always learned, that we could be giving people an opportunity to learn a bit differently, learn something more about how they work, how their impact is on others, and how they can lead us in the future. But they don't. They do wills and probate as an elective. I don't know. Maybe you're a wills and probate lawyer. I do apologise. It's just an easy one to pick on. But what I suppose I'm trying to say is that we don't train our lawyers of the future in a way that makes them capable of making all these difficult decisions about the myriad of things that are going on. Everyone talks about the general counsel role being one of these really challenging roles where you've got to be able to deal with increased regulation, deal with increased workload, do more for less, whatever that means, and yet we're not developing our lawyers to manage this broad array of work they have to do. So my view is, if we want to move people into this O-zone, then we need to be able to show and demonstrate true leadership in the profession, something that I would argue is severely lacking. We need to be able to recruit the right people. We need to be able to retain and reward the right people. We need to develop, keep those people interested in what they're doing. And today we've heard lots of stuff about making sure that the work that's less interesting gets moved on, gets done in a different way, because we can use technology to help us. Give people work that excites them. Give them the empowerment to make decisions themselves, to take responsibility. Far too many people I see out there are so worried about doing a great job that they keep things to themselves. Possibly the worst thing any leader can do is be a poor delegator. Give accountability to people. You will just be surprised, you may not be, one would generally be surprised just how much people flourish when they're given extra responsibility. People step up to the plate when they're given that kind of responsibility. So I say that we need to give that trust to people. We go back to what I was saying before about how trust is lacking in the legal industry. And that's trust that's not necessarily our fault sitting in this room, but it's a perception that's become a reality. I don't know how many times you've walked into a meeting where there's a full room and everyone will either say, oh, we better be quiet now, the lawyer's in the room. And it's a joke, but it's one that I've heard a million times before, and it's antiquated and outdated. But they'll say, oh, we better now just be a bit quiet. Oh, the lawyer's in the room. Oh, legal's in the house. And that's fine, but they're forgetting that there's a person behind that that can bring real value to what they're doing. And yet they're allowing the perception to block what it is that can help drive their business forward. So I said that perception is a real problem for us, one that we can break down. How do we go about doing that? Well, I think we need to go back to scratch. We need to go back to where we are training lawyers in the first instance to help them become the leaders of the future that can start to break down the barriers that create problems with trust. Now, I said to the last group of people I spoke to about this that I'm going to make the approach to law school straight away. And I'm going to say to them, why is it that we're still doing things the way we were doing it 20 years ago? And incredibly, about 12 people have come back to me saying, oh, I know such and such at the law school, at BPP, at University of Law, we can have a conversation. And that's great. And I invite anyone who thinks the same way to come and join that group, because there is clearly a movement of people that believe we still are getting a completely undiverse group of people into the profession who are trained in a particular way. So with this thought, really, ladies and gentlemen, after this, all I've said, you may be persuaded by it or completely not and think and reject the idea wholeheartedly, and that's completely personal, and that's the beauty of these things. But I do think that if we take this approach, where we go back to basics about how we develop lawyers, where we have lawyers who are able to take advantage of all the wonderful things that we've seen on display and heard about today, then I really genuinely believe that the future is bright. In my view, ladies and gentlemen, with this range of skills, with the O-shaped lawyers, the future is bright. The future is the O range. Thank you very much for listening.
You're right. I did enjoy that very much.
I don't know if there's questions or not. Am I allowed to take them?
Yeah. Does anyone have any questions? Okay. Well. Oh yes, Ruswan.
Do you think this applies only to lawyers? Because I see similarities with many other professions. By the way, I completely agree with what you said.
Yeah.
But I do think this is it has a larger scope. It includes lawyers, but it has
I 100% agree. So it could easily be the O-shaped leader. However you want to look at it, there's no doubt that many of us will work with managers and leaders who don't display the qualities that one would hope they would display in enabling them to be brilliant at what they do. Because that's what leadership is about, isn't it? It's about helping people who work with you to be the very best they can be. And within our team, the way in which we describe our role is to be empowered to be the best you can be. And that's the role of the leader. And I completely agree. I just think other industries, and particularly I don't know if people are interested in some of the material you can see out there on this, other industries are just a bit quicker on the uptake. The legal industry is still struggling with some of the real basics and have kind of forgotten about the leadership. And so when I talk quite about this at other conferences, and we're talking so much around tech and the role tech plays, and I completely get all that. It's fantastic. But we miss the human element too much. And I think that more time and effort and commitment from leaders in this industry should be dedicated to bringing people on. That's a good question. Yeah, I agree.
I give you an amen for that.
I'll take the amen. Thank you for listening. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, thank you. I have to say, I've done many conferences, but I've yet to be at a conference where every single session had such rich content and practical advice and good, solid tips. So this has been a phenomenal experience for me, and I hope it has been for you as well. If any of our speakers are still here, Dan, stop. Everyone, can you stand for a moment? I just want this would not go well without the amazing, talented speakers we had, and I know many have left, but I want to give those a hand. Also want to say a very big thank you to you guys in the back. I'm used to conferences being much bumpier than this, and everything ran very smoothly on the AVN, so thank you guys very much, very much. And I think we heard some great themes today, all of which resonate profusely with me. In addition to how we need to develop people, we've talked about the state of the industry and how to move that forward, how to build a business case, practical examples of machine learning and AI, my favorite, using data to drive decisions, effective tips for driving adoption and really focusing on the human element and the cultural piece, scoping requirements and the vendor landscape. And really what I heard earlier in the day that I really enjoyed is our world is not as much about input and output. It's about driving outcomes. And so I think a lot of what we heard here today was really good thought leadership in that space. So thank you all for being here. And it was my tremendous honor to be here. And you have the coolest city ever. So I've decided I want to move here. But anyway, thank you and enjoy your evening.